Aha. A, na tej zasadzie, okej. Okej. Do tego nie wiedziałem. Tego nie wiedziałem.
Translucent Welkins, with organs shining
Tak,
under the skin,
byłem tu, no.
and even ether Welkins, hailing from the vast emptiness of sidereal space. Who are all those creatures? Fantasies of a tortured, feverish mind? One of the Welkins, towering among the rest, appears to be different, however.
Okej, przyjrzyj się wielkiemu.
It's Vara Hamira, a high Welkin, his face white and scarred like cracked marble. This is clearly a Welkin supremacist. The note says, all non-Welkin races will be purged. The Haldor, the Twarg, the humans, and even headless men, all of them, purged. Imagine a world filled only with Welkin, Green Welkin, Dread Welkin, and the High Welkin to rule them all.
An inordinate amount of time has gone into drawing these little Welkin creatures.
Ktokolwiek miałby spędzać czas na tym, kim są te istoty, kto narysował, one są prawdziwe, mam tyle pytań. Jeden z nich to wielkiński supernacjonalista. Po co?
Some people really like building a world, I think.
Okay.
Even if it's just for a game.
Kim są?
This looks like concept art for a project. It's not really real. Political commentary. That one has a great beard too.
Okej, dobrze, to mnie wiele nauczyło.
Just look at those details. So much effort.
And for what? All gone.
Okej. Przyjrzyj się zdjęciom.
The photo collage depicts barren, icy landscapes wrapped in perpetual night. You see permafrost and glacial landforms, dead trees grown in under the snow. Entire oceans have been frozen from shore to shore. There are pictures of settlements on dried up riverbeds, abandoned in a storm. Animal corpses in the dark, carcasses and bones. A pinned postcard reads, "The heat death scenario. A desperate fight for geothermal energy engulfs the world as Wirral becomes untethered from its sun, drifting through the universe."
Przyjrzyj się grafikowi.
This is a monthly calendar from the year 50. Cryptic words like sprint, daily minimi, and GPI span the marker-drawn grid, the grand scheme of production and money.
Okej.
Everyone is constantly teetering on the edge of the abyss, an abyss of production. These squares look orderly, but beneath them is chaos, worry, pain.
Czytaj dalej, co się stało?
As time goes on, the numbers in the boxes grow rarer and rarer. The board becomes an empty snowfield in the final days. Only failure and regret dwell in this region.
Looks like they didn't make it.
Okej.
A note in the bottom left corner of the chalkboard says, "See the prod schedule filament for details."
Przyjrzyj się notatką.
The handwriting is only partly legible, but you can still make out 3 slogans: Call in, Tune Out, Wirral Untethered, and Heat Death of the Universe.
Okej, wejdź.
This old fireplace is covered in lines drawn in blue and red marker, the mesh spreading over the stone like blood vessels on alabaster skin. It looks ghostly and strangely ancient. A diagram for summoning some time-forgotten being. The symbols seem very esoteric.
Na co ja patrzę?
Radio frequencies, it seems. UKV 123.6, UKV 123.7, UKV 123.9. Some written notes, too. Sparse and cryptic.
Częstotliwości radiowe czego?
Unclear. It looks like a cardiovascular system split into veins and capillaries. Very advanced.
W momencie zaczynają z jakąś sprawą medyczną, to musi być jakiś misterny dzieło sztuki.
You think so? The web is comprised of radio stations, all lead back to one red heart, titled The Game Master Frequency. A note says, this one can listen in on any station it wants. They must have had massive airwidth. These things don't come cheap.
Chwila, kto jest mistrzem gry?
Someone very important.
Okej.
The leader of a massive on-air game built by these people.
Okej, jeśli to gra, to kto bierze w niej udział?
Whoever decides to call in to a call-in station, it looks like. All of this is gone, left unrealized.
Okej.
There's no way a little basement studio working here could pull anything like this off.
My god. It's as if the less money they had, the more ambitious their project became.
Jest. Musi być ogromny.
Exactly. This schedule, I know doom when I see it. The company was running out of funding.
Coś jeszcze?
Nothing. It's just lines on marble. An echo from times long gone. No one has used the fireplace in ages.
Okej. Poza tym, producenci najbardziej zaawansowanej gry RPG w świecie. Kurwa, tu się przechodzi, nie chciałem przechodzić jeszcze. A, tu się wchodzi do tej piwnicy. Fuck.
This appears to be some kind of machine with a cube-shaped heart and a wired framework. The keyboard has a rectangular on-off button. A piece of paper still hangs from the printer.
The radio computer. Just sitting here without anyone inside.
What he means is that these things cost money. Why would anyone just leave it behind?
Okej.
This is the Ream Civic radio computer, model RC5120, equipped with a Feld mainframe and a Ream-compatible printer.
Myślisz, że powinien go włączyć?
We have one of these down at the station, but I never really learned how to use it.
Ja włącz maszynę.
The machine lights up like some prehistoric animal stirring from its slumber, revealing fluorescent play and print keys on the keyboard. The hatch on the machine's central compartment is wide open.
Zajrzy do budowy.
It's empty like a beehive without its brood. Some cables have been left dangling, disconnected. The filament you have would fit perfectly inside the compartment.
Okej. Podłącz grafik produkcyjny.
Like a smooth draw, the filament slides into place. On the keyboard, the play key starts blinking.
Otwórz.
A bar of fabric right above the keyboard starts producing a soft hum. The sound of static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. The static gets louder, slowly filling up the abandoned hall, until a voice speaks out, crackling and old, cutting.
Good afternoon. Fortress accident en rue de Saint-Ghislaine. This is East Indian Repeater Station 1.
Okej.
Please repeat. Is this the production schedule?
To jest grafik produkcyjny. Że fortecą katastrofą. Czy jest maszyna? Może jest żywa? Co to jest grafik produkcyjny?
The filament you have inserted into the reader.
Ale babuszka. Świecące coś, które włożyłem do środka.
Yes. Is that the production schedule?
Nie wiem.
If you are unsure, could you please take a look?
Jak mam to zrobić?
Open the hatch on the compartment. Don't touch the wires. A current is running through it, but the core is safe. There's a filament inside. I need to know what it's called.
Grafik produkcyjny.
Good. Please repeat the password.
You should ask her for a hint.
No kurwa. To policja, proszę otworzyć, to moje urodziny. Ja jestem bezdzielnym fasą, proszę podpowiedź.
No.
Okej. Policja, proszę otworzyć.
I am contractually obliged to protect the privacy of the filament holder for stress accident. Without filing a warrant with Lintel, I cannot give you access to this filament.
Okej.
I'm afraid we are not doing that, unless we want to wait for a month.
Now, can you please repeat the password?
Czy to moje urodziny?
Still no.
Tak. Nie zna hasła.
Received. I will register this login attempt.
Don't worry. Passwords have a way of turning up sooner or later.
Fortress accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today?
Protecją katastrof.
Fortress Accident is the company on whose name the terminal you are currently using has been registered to.
Okej, masz jakąkolwiek inną informację o tej firmie?
One moment. Fortress accident SCA produces revolutionary interactive call-in radio games. That's what the catalog says.
Czy są te interaktywne gry telefoniczne radiowe?
Any other questions?
Okej.
Yes, I am alive. I am 74
Iwanka.
years old and my name is Yvonne.
She repeats passwords. Programming people are all paranoid.
Zasłów, wszyscy ludzie są paranoiczni. Gdzieś tu wysłuchacie do komputerów to paranicy. No dobrze, ale gdzie jesteś? Skąd wiesz, gdzie
I
jestem?
work as a repeater at the East Insulindian repeater station. It's my job to know where you are, Fortress accident.
Okej.
As for me, well, I am sitting in my cubicle, surrounded by a wall of radios.
Doesn't it get lonely, sitting there all by herself?
Kurwa. Okej, spytajmy, czy nie czuje się samotnie.
Lonely? Why would it get lonely? I get to talk to people all day.
That's why she does this.
Now, please tell me if there's anything else I
Na
can
razie
do.
wszystko.
Thank you and goodbye.
Tiles on the cube are still smoldering,
Dzień dobry.
casting the framework. Nothing happens.
Okej. Wyjdź, dobra. O!
Okay. What do you think is going on with that computer, chalkboard, and fireplace?
To był jakiś kontrwywiadowy, to po prostu resztkę firmy po bankructwie, to tylko co oni co te cholery robili.
Yes, that is the question.
Like he's ready to lay out a fine theory, crafted together like a puzzle box.
Okej.
It looks like one of those popular pen and paper role-playing games, only these people were trying to automate it, make it work on radio computers.
Okej.
Utter madness, he thinks, as a compliment.
Jak oni zamierzali to zrobić?
Through call-in stations, none of the players have to be physically present. Anyone in the world can participate in the game, as long as they have a two-way radio. Then there's the game master frequency that listens in on the smaller call-in stations. I think that was supposed to coordinate the stories, functioning as a master of ceremonies of sorts.
Coordinating so many games would take a whole switchboard of people, possibly divided into sub-frequencies.
Że robił takie rzeczy.
Not to my knowledge. They make automated games in Graz, Messina, Königstein. You know, places with industry. But I don't think anyone has attempted to create an inter-isolary game before. We just don't have the technology.
Okej, to była gra fabularna.
Indeed, those Welkins are a dead giveaway. Role-playing people love that stuff. The world looks like a modified version of the WeWorld board game, with hit death thrown in.
Okej, jak mi się stało z tą firmą?
No idea. They stopped filling out the schedule on the chalkboard.
Okej, alright.
Indeed, it's ambitious and untethered from reality, but
Wiara, że mogli coś takiego zrobić, zakrywane szaleństwo, to była zwykła zagrywka na wyciągnięcie pieniędzy z kieszeni interesów. Świat jest zimny i samotny, ta gra dałaby mu towarzystwo. Dokończmy ją.
it's too late for that, I'm afraid.
Okej.
Let's keep moving.
Okej. Hasło, hasło, hasło.
Your flashlight slides over and up. Some of the writing has faded.
Teraz ciężko, żeby te hasło
Your
znaleźć, nie?
flashlight slides over. Some of the writing, the handwriting, is only partly legible. But this old fireplace, a diagram for summoning some radio frequencies, unclear. It looks like a cardi. You think so? They
Okej.
must have had massive air width. Whoever decides all of this is, there's no.
My god. It's as if the less money they had, the more the schedule. I know doom when I see it.
Nothing.
To na razie nie. Pamiętam, że ja chyba te hasło gdzieś znalazł. Wiem, że tam potem nie dzwonił na ta... na tę frekwencję jakieś coś, ale wydaje mi się, że ja wtedy... miał te hasło, no chuj. O. Widzę, że to do śmierci chciał dać. Spoko. Hop. Jest jakieś leczonko. Bezpieczniejszy się czuję.
You
Misia.
see a terrifying ice bear with a strange compartment in its belly. The door is covered in frost, and the bear's eyes are glowing red. The lieutenant doesn't answer. His eyes are glued to the animal. A sharp
Dobra, tu chyba się dało złomem poszaleć, nie? Tak mi się coś wydaje.
You see a gust of freezing cold
Nie,
air rushes
normalnie.
to
A,
meet
to
you.
tamta druga, okej.
You hear a low grumble as the bear regulates itself. This is the inside of a refrigerator. The lieutenant takes a peek inside.
Co?
His hand has found the holster
Co cię
of
bawi?
his gun.
Słuchaj, jakim? To lodówka.
Of course, just a giant ice bear-shaped fridge. Let's take a look inside.
The shelves are empty. All you see are crumpled ice cream wrappers
Lodówka, no
with
kurczę,
the
no.
brand name.
Różne rzeczy. A kurwa, lodówka, niedźwiedź?
A
To jest normalne?
handwritten note has been attached to the door. The fridge is huge.
Weź notatkę z drzwi.
You pocket the note and the little fridge magnets keeping it on the door.
I obejrz jeden z wielu leżących w środku loda.
A friendly cartoon bear smiles back at you from a glossy cellophane wrapper. It looks nothing like the fridge.
Co w ogóle robię opuszczenie piwnicy wielka lodówka w kształcie niedźwiedzia?
Good question. It looks like an ice cream fridge.
Co? Próbowali sprzedać lody z tego hipermęsożercy?
What an unfortunate marketing choice. What is even worse, the bear is still costing them money to this day.
The fridge buzzes with
Okej. Cośmy tam zebrali.
The note is written with a blue pencil on a piece of lined office paper. The kitchen magnets have left spots on its surface.
Does it say anything interesting?
Okej.
This is tangential at best, but the lieutenant's detective instinct is still active.
Czytaj.
Someone has scribbled, S. I can't believe the off-site copy is still here. The illiterate ginger kid keeps stealing stuff from the studio, so I had to hide it somewhere safe.
Zewnętrzna. Kopia zewnętrzna.
You find the filament memory with the off-site copy in the frozen ice cream maker. Please take it home, ASAP. It's important. I'd do it myself if I lived in a civilized place with a freezer. Take care, Suliswaf.
Okej. Wiesz, gdzie możemy... Okej, to tam będzie. Ja tej maszynki nie otwarł. Mi się nie udało jej otworzyć w tym moim playthrough.
Looks like someone from that radio game company upstairs. I'm a little surprised they just left their property lying here.
Może musieli szybko opuścić budynek.
That's a plausible hypothesis.
Co jest pamięć wschodata?
It belongs inside a radio computer, storing its memory. It's like a tape. You listen to disco tapes, right? It's like one of your disco tapes, only for a computer. Really?
Kuno.
You don't have a single guess?
Kuno.
Oh, I'm sure that child would love to get his hands on a filament memory. Even if he doesn't know what to do with it, he'd probably try to pawn it for speed, based on our encounter.
Gdzie może być zamrożona maszyna do lodu?
I don't know. I assume it's somewhere close to the ice bear fridge.
Dawajmy to. Mhm. Szkoda rozmrożona i odłączona od zasilania. Światło latarki, cień, ukryte przejście. Będzie ten pistolet stary, nie? Ramy ukryte są dwa zardzewiałe karabiny działające. Grupa działającą broń.
A few bricks have fallen off, revealing a compartment behind the wall. It's too dark to see in.
Okej, gdzie jesteśmy? Rozejrzę się po grotą pomieszczeniu.
Seems like an old bunker from the revolutionary period. Look at all those rifles. Must be an old weapons cache.
Dziura.
There is, yes. And there also appears to be something inside the hole. Interesting.
Zajrzę do
Your
środka.
hand reaches deep into darkness and spiderwebs. Rummaging around, you find rusty rifles hidden away.
Karabiny, Kim.
Are these any good?
Przyjrzyj się.
Most of them are rusty and inoperable, like the rest, but one catches your eye. A bolt-action model with a fine wood stock, in better cosmetic order than the others.
Hajs, to muszę ogarnąć.
Take it. You're a police officer. Police officers carry guns.
That's a rare sight. Seems to no longer be functional, but still a beautiful thing in its own way.
Ja wtedy jakoś kurwa szybko tą torbę znalazłem. I sobie posprzedawałem buteleczki i było dobrze. I było dobrze. A teraz kurwa jest przyps, no. To może znaczyć karabin tutaj.
It means there are firearms, albeit inoperable, still lying around in Martinez. It's an interesting coincidence, I would say. Might come in useful in the future.
Okej.
He likes this find.
Dobra, i teraz mamy punkty. I ja sam mogę tutaj kupić za punkty nową myśl, tak? Jak dobrze myślę? Tak. Ja bym tak zrobił. Odblokowałbym sobie nowe miejsce na myśl. Dałbym sobie tamto. Świetnie. Nie chcę myśli. Jest brońka. Twardy save by się przydał. Działającą maszynę do lodów. O, sianko. No i się masz.
Two cables are plugged into the breaker box. The red one leads to the ice bear fridge, and the black one to the ice cream maker nearby.
Czarny.
Something close to you dies with a soft electric purr.
Why did you do that?
Jest czarny, nie jest taki jak czerwony, bo jest czarny, ma kolor niezmierzonego kosmosu. Wiem, że rzeczy robię bez powodu.
The lieutenant raises his brows.
Okej. O! Dramaturgia. To mi nie jest potrzebne. Do skrzyni z bezpiecznikami. Skąd to masz? Nie, serio. Ktoś stworzył do szuflady, więc ja napiszę. No jest tam własne ryzyko.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a
Łamy za
hand-cranked
słabe,
ice
no.
cream churner and an electric freezer. The ice around it slowly melting. Turning the crank feels oddly satisfying, like stirring your childhood dreams. In the distance you hear water dripping. It's all gone now. You'll never become a poet or an entrepreneur.
Nie, na 3%, nawet chyba z twoją pomocą to nie będzie kurwa... Jakieś lepsze narzędzie będzie nam potrzebne do otwierania tego. Nie ma co się z tym szarpać na razie. Zwolę się już na przejściu. Tu idzie ta laska z góry zawołać, co figurki chyba robiła czy coś, nie?
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black. Looks like this furnace has a face, and it's a face of agony.
Looks like it. Looks like an old central furnace used to heat the building. It's connected to the chimney.
Okej.
No one has used it in ages. No signs of any recent fire. Only dead rats.
Zajrzyj do
It's
pieca.
dark and grimy here. In the darkness you can hear chatter. It's coming from above. A voice or several voices talking to each other.
What are you doing?
Słyszę bardzo założenie, coś gada. Słyszę, ktoś na górze coś
Wait,
mówi.
really? We should investigate. See if someone's upstairs.
Okej. Nie no, kopnąć to sobie krzywdę zrobię. Dobra, nie ma sensu tu już więcej przebywać. Trzeba wypindalać stąd. Proszę, coś było. Pieniążki. Dobra, my jesteśmy bogaci, chłopie. 10 dolków. Wyjść z przewodniów. Czy mamy coś, co moglibyśmy kurwa opylić? Średnio bym powiedział. średnio bym powiedział. O. Czekaj, ale teraz mnie coś... No jeśli tędy... Jak się... Gdzie te babki tam do góry wchodziło? Czego ja nie zauważyłem? Aha, tu! Okej, tu po prostu nie poszedł. Nie wiem, czy on tu nie poszedł. Wyskoczyć z winnicego śniegu. O! Pocztówka. Często sprawia, że krótko wypowiada niemal od barwy sypie, ruchy uliczne w centrum, pojrzy znikających w beżowej dziennego, park z delty, na której mamy dzielnicę, drapaczy chmur, pocztówka jest opłacona z góry. Okej.
An iron safety curtain curves before your eyes, folded like a bellows. It covers half the room, blocking the way into a colossal industrial chimney. What an odd thing to do. Nothing happens. Still nothing.
O kurwa. Ja
Those
pierdolę.
curtains prove to be surprisingly sturdy. Your fist hurts now.
There must be another way to wake up whoever is in there.
No to, że coś jakoś kurwa wchodziło, no.
You broke down the back door, the wards, the door. It's all gone now. Dark psychic energy leeching onto my shop.
Okej. Ale luźno, jakoś to bym ogarnął. Czasem będę zastosowania ekstremalnych środków. Okej.
I suppose it's all over now. I guess there's no escape.
Czy pani mówi do
Just a
drzwi?
door? This place is curse detected.
Oho,
They
znała
don't
się.
call it the doomed commercial area for nothing. Just look at the sheer amount of companies that have failed in this house. I hope you're happy now. Happy that you've ruined everything. Now that you've broken the door, the curse is coming to get me as well.
Okej, klątwa. Myślałem, że ona nie istnieje naprawdę.
Of course you didn't. You're nothing but a policeman.
Oho.
All right. You know what? I'm willing to let you investigate the doomed commercial area. We are set on the path. There's little else to do.
Okej.
Her facade has dropped. Now you see the curiosity behind the fear.
Aha.
But before we go on, tell me, did you encounter the malignant entity?
Zamknij oczy, nie widziała jej, ale wykryłem obecność.
You did? Then it has to be true. I've suspected that this woman-shaped energy must be connected to the curse ever since I first saw her. Did you see that she lives inside the chimney?
Duży, wytykują komień, no tak przejście między niema a piekłem.
Yes,
Głosy.
I've heard that. It's enormous. She has barricaded herself behind some metal security curtains upstairs. God knows what she's doing there.
Okej.
Some unnatural magic, I assume. You should go find the entity and ask what happened to all the companies in the building. And do return to me after you've talked to it. I'm quite anxious to know what she has to say about the curse.
Okej.
If you're really interested in cracking this mystery, then we should go back to the furnace. Maybe you could yell
O,
into it or
widzisz, oni też to
something.
powiedzieli.
Make some noise.
Despite his cool, the lieutenant's interested in solving this mystery too.
Okej. Chłop też zainteresowany. Dobra, ma robi się późno. Śpi. Tamci se w bóle grają. Nie na razie z nimi gadać. Na pewno nie zapnę do użytku. Będzie taki research. Widziałem takie rzeczy. Nie wiem. O! Kwiatecka! O! To jest to, co potrzebuję. To jest to, co ratuje życie. Kurwa, teraz pewnie nie zdążymy nazbierać tyle butli. Nie wiem, do której jest sklep otwarty. Dziury po nabojach. Ile my potrzebujemy tego siana tam? Zerkam głosi na okna, kupić nowego Eclipsa. Więcej butli. Fucking shitem. Na razie zniknięcie nie pokonałem, po prostu pozbierałem butle. Fuck, nie chciałem
Yes.
skip. Nie. Ważne. Nie mam teraz czasu, rozmawiam z tobą. Chcę zarobić na życie. I mieć nadzieję, że sklep kurwa będzie jeszcze otwarty. No to jest zamknięte. Im kurwa, nie przeszkadzaj mi w zbieraniu butelek. Żulerska czapka, top. Chyba nie mam żadnej czapki, więc może czapkę ubrać, nie? Czas reakcji, retoryka no to zmniejsza, ale dobra, mamy dużo. Poręcza czapka z dwoma wielkimi dziurami z boku, wygląda jakby ktoś jej użył jako maski podczas nawet z bronią w ręku, świetnie. To coś dla nas. Nie, żadnych spoilerów. Żadnych spoilerów, damy radę. Wiem, że potem się ma swoją chatę, jeśli ci o to chodzi. To, że się zdobywa swoją chatę, to wiem. Bo udało mi się ją zdobyć. Tylko trzeba się dostać na drugą stronę, a tam się nie dostanemy do czasu, aż któryś dzień tam nie ruszy. Proszę, bądź otwarta. Proszę, bądź otwarta. Świetnie. Kurwa.
The tear machine stands in. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears with a satisfying jingle.
Kurwa, tyle butli nazbierałem i 2 dolki? Ja co robisz?
The tear machine stands in the corner.
Mądro.
A sign says, 1 bottle equals 10 cents.
Proszę, mam torbę na opakowanie, ale opakowanie nie. Co?
No. You need tear to use the tear machine.
Nie. Czekaj, czy nie ma w notatniku gdzieś napisane, ile potrzebuję? Zaśpiewa karaoke wieczorem od Praskim, zawody w przyciąganiu linek, które znajdzie się na znakach, zapłać za szkody. Musisz... Kurwa. Spytaj Gareta, świetnie. Tylko czy to mi trochę czasu nie nie za zerę? Ja z nim porozmawiam. Zrobienie save'a.
Can I help you?
Za tych pieniędzy.
Yes. Have you got it?
Ile?
A lot. For the room and broken window, 100 real.
No nie jest dobrze. To nie jest dobrze.
Like what?
To nie jest dobrze. Bo trzeba bardzo dużo butelek nazbierać, żeby 100 uzbierać. Nie wydaje mi się, żeby kurwa miał 100. Skąd ja miał takie pieniądze? To jest nie halo. Co nam dają? Teraz nam dają ręczne palce. Trochę mnie to jest... A, to jest to. A. Hej, kurwa no... Dziwne to jest. Pewna stuwa? Coś mi tu... Something stinky. Może go wtedy jakoś przegadał? Kurwa, nie wiem. O, jest więcej pieniędzy? Okay. No bo w sumie mógłby że sprzedać... O... Nie wiem, 13, czemu mi się wydawało, że to po 50 było, kurwa. Wszystko jest tanie jak chuj. Tego się nawet sprzeda nie da. Nie jest dobrze. Za chuja w nie uzbieramy. Coś mi tu śmierdzi. Nie wydaje mi się, że to była 100. To jest... Ja w chuj więcej zrobił dzisiaj w pierwszy dzień. A jeżeli Rzek zrobił za swoim pierwszym playthrough. Okej, dobra. Pogadajmy z chłopakami.
Have you no shame? Whining about your back every time you bring out the measuring tape.
René, you're a man with a fork in a world of soup. Please, let's just try to enjoy the game, alright?
Okay.
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
These manly men are playing balls. This is a ball game. Grab a ball and play it. Don't ask questions. Shoot first.
Ach.
Ask questions
Narwy spytać.
never. No, you got this. There's the ball. You're the game.
Kurwa. To nie jest mądry pomysł, to nie jest mądry pomysł.
Sure, officer. I am René Arnoux. And my specially abled partner here is Gaston Martin. How can we help you?
Okej.
Unfortunately, I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no qualms about assisting law enforcement, but this affair has passed me by completely.
A większość miejscowych?
In Martinez, the union is the law, so can you really blame them?
Ale pan nie ma problemu z gliniarzami?
Top is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with policemen. On the contrary, I admire the effort to bring order to our streets.
Spytam jeszcze raz, niczego pan nie wie?
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I simply don't. I'm an old man, not a coward. The daily business of the riffraff no longer concerns me.
Okej.
This is a man with a lot of past, but little present.
Ty co mi powiesz?
I have really outdone myself. This is divine.
Yes, that's what you need, Gaston. More padding on that fat arse of yours. I hope your heart gives out.
René, it's a little pleasures. Life doesn't need to be a struggle. Hello, officer. How might I be of assistance on this fine day?
Okej.
Let me think. I heard someone was hanged and left on a tree for a week. But that's all I know, really.
No. Absolutnie nic.
No, officers, I'm sorry. And I really would like to assist. You are both good guys. I can see that.
Then help them, you wimp. You have plenty of shoulder with the gauche caviar in the Union. Someone must know something.
I wish I could, but I just don't know anything. I always keep my nose clean and don't gossip. Everyone knows and respects that.
Okej.
Respects?
I'm not even anyone.
Okej.
Of course he's holding back. His mouth is so full of Union prick he can't even speak properly.
Fiutami.
Can I at least finish my fucking sentence before you piss on it? Is that okay, René? I'm not anyone impotent in the Union. I just know Evrard.
Okej. Może pan pomóc mi dostać się do portu?
No, I'm sorry, officer. I don't even have a key card. Evrard usually sends someone to get me when he wants to talk.
Kim jest Ewrat?
Evrard Claire. Everyone in Martinez knows the Claire brothers. I taught these boys human studies and history in the gymnasium.
Okej.
What do you know about history? You never witnessed history. Only heard about it years later, when it had already moved on. You don't know history.
The old soldier mumbles something under his breath and turns to face the sea.
Let's try not to get caught in a crossfire.
Okej.
Lest we leave riddled with bullet holes. This animosity is ancient.
Jest pan członkiem związku.
Oh, in many ways, yes. Like an honorary member. I attend meetings and parties, help with little things. Evrard, Edgar, and the older debarders all know me.
Czyli nie jest pan tak naprawdę członkiem.
Not in the technical sense.
Już uciekał.
I don't have a vote or a membership card, but Evrard keeps me on the payroll.
Spoko.
Just for the little thing.
Do zobaczyska. Dzięki, że tyle siedziałeś ze mną. Mam nadzieję, że kurwa uzbieram te siano, że będę mieć gdzie spać. I że jakoś to ogarnę, kurwa. No. Papari papara papa. Trzeba się, byczku. Wyśpi się, wyśpi się.
Of course he's not a member. He's not a member of anything. I knew that. He's a Vezavane. Turns to where the wind blows and tries to look important. I hate this socialist rabble, but even siding with them is better than living your entire life on the fence. Never committing to anything. Pick a damn side already.
Okej, wybieramy się kwestię Wartowi.
Writing work mostly. Occasionally, he needs something written, and I happen to have a way with words, people say.
Jakie rzeczy dla niego pan pisze?
Oh, nothing official, I assure you. Just essays for the newspapers. about Martinez and how things are and how they could be. Evrard and I had these long talks where
Well, he tells his little pen man exactly what to say. It's commie propaganda, plain and simple. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Na razie wszystko.
no, thank you. For being consummate professionals. You'll have this case wrapped up in no time.
Okej. Do widzenia. Myśl się nam pojawia. Fuck. To jest coś ze spółek. On nie pomaga. Dobra, chodźmy do pawn shopu, może tam coś. Maszyna, kasa sklepowa. Mrokunś, rektora. Kobieta może być zapisana po prostu D. Okay. Wojskowa oraz kilka bardziej ekscentrycznych strojów.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps.
Okej. Latarnia, głośniczki.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table. Some on horseback, others in rags,
Chyba też kiedyś robiłem
others
tak, że my
yet
jakoś
in
kurwa
bright blue uniforms. All
figurka
are stern
wylosowała.
and unyielding in their duty. Try to find something
No,
pretty
to chyba było to.
cool here,
Może wygrzebał coś
then
fajnego.
use it to win her back.
Na razie nie ma sensu. Traćmy na to czasu.
If you don't mind, please put the flashlight away. Some of us have photonic sensitivities.
No tak, przepraszam.
I do appreciate it.
Latareczkę.
It's not often that I see officers from the RCM in my pawn shop. What can I do for you?
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
Pan policji, stara. Widzieliśmy po ostatnio czas jakieś kłopoty.
I haven't had any problems myself, though some of my customers have complained about inconsistent law enforcement.
Who are your customers usually?
All kinds of people come through here. Locals, travelers, people looking for a deal, people looking for a keepsake, people who are terminally bored. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from.
Trzyma kół. Wysłuchałości realizacji. Niezły zbiorek.
It keeps me entertained.
Okej. Chciałbym coś sprzedać. O,
Let me have a look.
zdjęcie trupa. Otwórz menu sprzedaży, okej.
Anything else you're thinking of selling?
No to i tak kurwa na stówę nie uzbieramy, no nie ma szans. No ale jakby wszystko upchnęli.
I'm not purchasing any more clothing at the moment, and especially that tie. It swallows photons around it. I have no need for necrotic objects.
Your mother is a necrotic object! I'm fun! Look at me sparking in the light of the projector!
Another time, perhaps.
To jest jakieś broń, na przykład taką używaną przez Milicję Obywatelską.
Someone else came here earlier today asking the same question.
Okej.
The lieutenant shifts from one foot to another, alert.
Policjantką. Okej.
She didn't seem like a policeman, although she kept referring to herself as a pig, which was odd. I found her interest in the gun a bit obsessive, but I was just happy to get rid of it, and of her.
Okej.
Truth be told, she was terrifying.
Right, so let me get this right. You sold your sidearm, issued by the citizens' militia, and now a civilian is running around the streets of Martinez with it?
O kurwa.
Miraculously, his face does not reveal what's happening inside.
Przyjęty fanek, masz znaleźć stryczka prawa, chcę dowiedzieć. Nie podoba, coś zamierza popełnić przestępstwo i ujawnić chodzi. Okej. Nie podoba mi się to.
You're right that she could cast aspersions on the force. We have to find her.
Wie pan, gdzie można szukać tych poszukujących?
My apologies, officer, but I have no idea where she was coming from or where she went.
A needle in a haystack. There is nothing you can do about it now. You'll just have to hope you luck upon her somehow.
Okej.
Of course.
Czy pan pomóc w
I
śledztwie?
doubt it, but I can try and answer any questions you may have.
Okej. Zdjęcie ciała
The
już ma.
corpse behind the hostel, I assume. I don't have a truck with a mounted platform or anything of that sort myself.
Fuck.
Ask around the harbour. There might be some workers there who'd be willing to help.
Okej.
I do my best to keep my distance from all manner of butchery. Bad for business. Bad for everyone.
The pawnbroker's gaze is already fixed on the dancing colors.
Dobra. Jest tyle. Szukaj dalej, może ktoś coś wie. Dupa, 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 dupa. Parę miejsc do zbadania.
This is a wall on the side of an apartment building.
Okej, to mi się nigdy nie udało, a może teraz się uda?
You have no clue. It's just a wall.
No nie. Nie wyniesie nic.
Are you trying to sneak up on me? Come to slit my throat in my sleep?
No nie bardzo.
Pigs come to take me out? Trying to snuff me out?
Co ty opowiadasz?
Then why are you sneaking up on me like that? It's not a good idea to scare me, pig. Not a good idea at all.
Okej. Muszę grodowy. Już się śnieg. Tylko podróże, odgrzałem wisielca. Sobie zniszczyłem przez starcie zgniliznę. 4 dzierpowe w ścianie. Kurwa, strzelają na lewo i prawo tej. Wyjdę po deszczówką. Każdy użyć może świadkiem, porozmawiam z nim. Zamknięte.
There must be another way into the building.
Co się kurwa stało z dźwiękiem? Co to kurwa teraz było? What the fuck? Ten swój występ. Mówisz, że jest dziewczyna, to ona wlała farbę.
The streets will flow red once more, a great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance. You wait and see.
Okay.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C.
Okej, nie mów to takim tonem, prawo to ja, zaczynam twoje grupy krwi, potem już pójdzie. Dasz komuś badania. Chcę tylko poznać twoje imię, mała damo, nie musi być drażliwa. Kilka pytań.
Ask away, pigman, but I don't promise to answer.
Okej.
She's grown frustrated with her work and welcomes the opportunity to challenge authority in other ways.
Okej. Ciągle spoglądasz na bok, na co?
The lieutenant furrows his brow at another one of your eccentricisms.
Okej.
Hatred, disgust. It's difficult to tell which of the two is more present in her girlish features.
Okej.
The woman on the boat does not notice her staring.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Co to jest?
Probably the Wild Pines rep. We should talk to her. She's a professional negotiator, though. I have the feeling she will be very cooperative while telling us nothing.
Okej.
You should take the lead. Ask her unexpected questions, you know? Do your thing. Don't be afraid to get a bit wacky. Throwing her off is our best bet.
Okej.
Good idea, piggies. Run along now. Fuck her shit up good. Impound that boat while you're at it. I'd like to watch her swim back to us on.
Okej, co robisz na ścianą?
Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words.
Czyli nie wiesz co napisać? Często takie zapamiętanie, że to budynek. No.
This place is severely lacking in havoc. Not even the occasional trash can fire to break up the tedium. I thought I'd mix it up, you know, summon the forces of crime and social chaos with a wall-sized invitation.
Czyli nie wiesz co napisać.
Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people write unimaginative stuff, like pigs go home and Mona was here. We rarely see pigs round here, though. Just union cabs. And my name's not Mona, so...
Okej.
She
Got the
wants it
point.
to be something true and total.
Yeah?
Lubię sztukę w miejscach publicznych, że nie zwracając uwagi, będę musiał wstrzymać to chuligaństwo, właśnie nie mam żadnego znalazł, sztuka sztuką.
Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration will come to me now that I have an official RCM stamp of approval.
You've lessened her desire to deface the building.
Wiesz co się dawno o morderstwie?
I ain't no snitch, pigstein. Go forth and forage in someone else's shit. No shortage of squealers in these parts.
Okej.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth to make your life pleasant.
Dobra.
Fuck, watch your
Elo.
back, ungulate. You've got eyes on you.
Pogadane.
A sturdy metal door guards the southwest entrance to the apartment building. It's locked. The door rattles against your knuckles, but there's no response. The door rattles again, but this time you hear an elderly woman's voice calling out from inside.
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more strangers inside.
Okej. Policja.
The police? Everyone knows the police don't come round here.
Ale ja nie żartuję.
No, I already told you. I won't be responsible for any more strangers getting into the building. Go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard
Okay.
door. There must be another entrance to the east.
Okej.
Madame, I assure you, we are real police officers.
There is no reply.
No nieźle. Nie uwierzyła nam na słowo. Dobra, może z tym gościem co się pali, tam da się pogadać?
You see a young man on a balcony nursing a cigarette. His eyes have been following you for a while.
Not looking for any trouble, officer.
Okej. Tam szepczesz, to jakbyś już miał kłopoty, nie założę ci ich przy sparze, chcesz wiedzieć co tu się dzieje, za późno odczuję, kłopoty znalazły ciebie. Okej, to jest spoko.
I don't want to be seen talking to the gendarmerie if that's okay. I just want to finish my cigarette.
Don't let him go. This could be your witness. The balcony has a great view of the whole thing.
Is it really that important?
No fuj.
All right, but make it quick. Once I finish this cigarette, I have to run.
Muszę coś powiedzieć.
I'd even go so far as to say that the view is a little too good, my dear gendarme. Do you have an estimate of when the body will be taken away?
We will remove the body as soon as possible. Now tell us, where were you last Sunday?
Oh. You already asked me that, didn't you?
Naprawdę, tutaj spójrzmy nie ma. Nie, to pewnie widziałem, no.
No, not you. Some more muscular type.
Okay.
And when did you speak to this more muscular gentleman?
Last week? I don't know. Look.
You didn't answer the question. What were you doing last Sunday?
I had a friend over.
Okay.
It was my Sunday friend.
Dzielny przyjaciel.
Makes sense. Friends are nice on Sunday. You don't have to work. You can just spend time with pals, watching rugby and drinking beer.
Okay.
He doesn't reply, gesturing no with his cigarette under the dull and darkening sky.
Imię?
My name? My name is Martin Martinez.
Martin Martinez? Good local name. Let's go with that.
Okay.
No. We won't. Now,
Okay.
if you'll excuse me, I really need to get going.
Kurwa. Wysokie jest przekonywanko. Damy radę.
This
Zajebiście.
isn't the place or time for questions. Who knows who might be watching from the distance, hidden behind the curtains? For a moment, the man on the balcony seems almost vulnerable. Something moves in the depths of his feline eyes. Compassion and a hint of understanding. There's snow gathering on his hair and on his shoulders. A speckle of white against the purple that hangs loose on his slender frame.
Okay.
I am sorry, but I really don't have the information you're looking for.
But, hold on, what's that? For a split second, his hand lingers, as though gesturing towards a stone placed right next to the front door.
Okay.
It's a sign.
Good luck with the investigation.
Spoko, czyli mam kluczyki. Okay.
He's gone. No point in running. Tenements like these often
Nie,
have
tak nie
multiple
mieć ważnego do
exits.
powiedzenia.
If he could be a witness. Him or his Sunday friend. Either way, we need to look into that muscular type who's asking about our case.
Okay.
He did leave us a sign. Did you see that? He wanted to draw our attention to that stone right over there. If we find a way inside the building, we can ask around for his apartment.
Świetnie, tak zróbmy.
A stone, like any other, lying in a whirl of sleet and mud. Maybe there's something under it.
Flip it.
There's a key beneath it, rusty from the dirt.
Okay.
This must be for the front door. Pity he doesn't have the apartment number on it. This building has many apartments and the man can be in any of them.
Okay.
We'll just have to go in and see.
Szukam dos. Zwierzęta. Dobra, co mamy w ogóle w rączkach? Właśnie. By się dało bardziej latara. Kurwa. Na razie to coś pewnie pozbieramy. Nie będziemy z kimś rozmawiać. Okulary. Logika. No i co? Z reakcji. No co to zostawił było? Czekaj, może okulary są osobna niż czapka? No właśnie. Jest to kurde sztos. Okej. Na balkon na razie nie. Wyjść na pantofle, trampy w kapcie. Z zewnątrz to było głośne skrapanie. Pełny komandos. Zabrać substancją. O, grosz. Grosz do grosza. Jedną gwiazdę.
This door has been closed with a padlock. A chalk-drawn number on the board says number 11.
Okay, czyli się kłócę.
It's a solid lump of metal, but the shackle is deeply corroded. A solid pair of chain cutters would make short work of it.
Okay.
Better whip out those cutters. You won't get very far otherwise.
Okay.
No reply. You hear someone walking around inside.
Okay.
The walking stops abruptly, but no one comes to the door. You can feel tension on the other side.
Jeszcze raz.
A poor communard from the looks of it. The room is barely bigger than a closet.
Okay. To jest dziwne, bo całkiem coś innego gościu powiedział, co innego jest napisane. Proszę otworzyć.
Do I have to open the door?
Okay.
Do you have a warrant? I'm not obligated to open the door if you don't have a warrant.
Możliwe.
Let's go. We don't have a reason to get inside that apartment.
Okay. O, kosztówka. Boogie Street. Było gdzieś obok nas, nie? Doba ciała. Ciekawe. Na pokonieczeniu pocztówce przedstawiono otwartego terenu Boogie Street jakieś chwilę temu. Obok stoiska z martwymi pomieszczonymi zagrożonymi z nóżki i kogutami. Stoi śmiecięty sprzedawca czerwona krew leje się łotnicą ulicę. Jaka rozwiązanie przechodniów. Okej. Numer 9 zamknięty. Miejsca. Chora babuszka. Jak zobacz.
Give me a moment.
Okej.
The cold never does any good for my bronchitis.
Wezwać lekarza.
I'm fine. Fine. Don't you worry about me.
You're still worried. It's very worrying.
Now, what do you want from me, policeman?
Szukam Martina Martineza.
Oh, you'll find plenty of Martins here. Don't you worry.
Co chce pani przez to powiedzieć? Ja nie żartuję. Albo nie. Nie rozumiem pani.
Pea-brain. Someone played a trick on you. Martinez, is a name for anyone who comes from Martinez, like Tim Jamrock or Raoul Ravachol.
Okay.
Oops. You really didn't get the joke there.
I thought it was obvious. Anyway, officer, we don't have the witness's name.
Okay. No, zeszło do ciała, po balkonie.
Yes, I know who you mean. The scrawny boy who's always smoking like the devil, right?
Somewhere in the building, a child starts crying. You hear a radio tuned to a talk show and someone taking a shower.
Okay.
What's he in trouble for?
Chcę z nim tylko porozmawiać, powiem gdzie mieszka.
Talk?
No nieźle.
He lives upstairs in room 28. Go to the balcony. It's one of those doors there. He's usually home in the evening.
Okay.
Thank you. We should go check out his apartment on the balcony. See if he's home.
Kilka pytań.
Ask away, policeman.
W wakacjach ma zapewne skrzynkę
People
pocztową.
come and go. I don't keep an eye on everyone.
Numer 10.
No one lives there. It's been empty for months.
Rozmawiałem.
Impossible. I would know if someone had moved in there. Maybe it's those countercultural people again, breaking into a house like it's a public space. You're a policeman. Be good and take a look, will you?
Okej.
Great. Young people. They're worse than rats. You know, always littering the hallways with trinkets and empty beer cans.
Co z kłódką?
Oh, that one is a scientist, a future scholar. I think he studies astrology at the community college. Education's good. I always tell them to study.
Astrologię.
Something to do with all those stars around his door. He asked me to leave his drawings up on the wall.
Astronomię.
That's what I said. Astrology.
The lieutenant shakes his head as though to say, let it go. Come on, people. Try to keep up any standards here. It's not about stars. It's... forget it.
Okej. Cindy.
The artiste? Nothing I can do about her, I'm afraid. She ruins the walls faster than I can clean them. Still, she leaves an old lady to her business. More than I can say for others.
Okej.
She mumbles some kind of a response.
Wchodzi na balkon. Widzę właśnie, gdzie jest. Ależ wieje. Zburzył ścianę. Ulala. Ulala. Stara lista zakupów. Dobra, powtórzmy.
You hear someone walking around inside, rearranging the furniture.
Okay.
Excuse me? Of course not.
There's no sweet talking your way in there. Be official.
Żeby coś będzie wstawać.
Oh, come on.
Okay.
That was smart.
Co tu mamy? Wystawię blister leków, więc wziąć. Jakiś nie ma teraz. Ale buciki. A co by się z niego... A co? Co za buty? Metod średniego opodatkowania. Zamożny finansista. Nie są się należy zapisane na szczęście. Dzięki eleganckiej prawie zostały ukrypnięte najbardziej nastawonych czarnych. Oczywiście są tak zapisane, że związek kolorów i było cień zostało koniec śladu. Okej, a to nam daje... Nie, no to jest lepsze. Zdecydowanie. Dobra, porozmawiajmy.
Satisfied? My name is Marielle Charpentier, and I'm an agent with Martinez Realty Associates. I am not breaking in, as I have every right to be here. The keys, see?
Okay.
Boy, there are a lot of different keys there. More than 20, at least.
Okay.
Her voice is really cheerful, despite her obviously hating you.
Okay.
Do you want to see my ID as well? You can't legally ask for it, but why not? Want to see my residence permit too?
Nie pozwolę wam to prosić, czemu nie? Nie proszę powiem paszport. Przyjrzyj się.
It feels flimsy in hand, with the words Revachol Zone of Control written under a nondescript municipal logo. There's a picture of her with shorter hair inside, along with all her personal details.
Okay.
Be friendly.
Ładna fryzura.
Thank you. Do you have any questions? I need to be back in Midtown in an hour.
Kto mieszka w przyjętym mieszkaniu w głębi korytarza?
Oh, that's another huge mess. The former tenant owes us 3 months of rent. 3. We closed the apartment and planned on auctioning off the valuables, but...
Okay.
And again, I have no idea how stupid mistakes like this can even happen. But Ron, when he came to close the door, didn't close the neighboring door. And there's a hole in the wall.
Okay.
A hole in the wall. Can you believe it? And then the tenant ran off with his stuff. He's gone. the money's gone. Just like that.
Oh, it irks her. The incompetence.
Moje pieniądze też się chyba uletniły. Widzę duża kwota, to mieszkanie wygląda dość mizernie.
Well, it does not disappear from my hands. No, I don't let it.
Okej.
These apartments are perfectly fine. They have gorgeous architecture, a million real view of the bay, good ventilation, neighbors, life, spark, and they are affordable.
Okej.
I'll tell you, Martinez has a future. In a few years, it's going to blossom with artists and creatives and those radio computer wizards.
It's as if they're real wizards, able to resurrect dead real estate and breathe life into bank accounts.
Dobra, co się stało z ścianą?
Don't ask me what happened with the wall. I have no idea how we're going to find the time or resources to fix it.
Okej.
Both apartments are now unrentable. Both.
Co pani to robi?
I need to get it ready for the next lease, but as you can see, the previous tenant completely trashed the place.
Też rozpierdalam różne rzeczy, karygodne, kto tu mieszkał.
It was some kind of a moribund old man who used to be a business owner. You'd think they'd make rent.
A sudden serious look crosses her face. This story didn't have a happy ending.
But that was months ago. Anyway, was there anything you wanted? Or of course.
Okej. Powiedzieć pani sprzątaczce.
Give me a moment.
Lekarz się, że tak była tam tylko agentka nieruchomości.
I see. I hope some good people are finally going to move in. This place needs them.
Zjawień poza nędzą, zabijać agentów nieruchomości, jest spluń. Będzie dobrze, potrzebuję powolnej zmiany, tak powiem, że niedostrzegalnej.
Yes. Well. I hope.
Okej, dobra. Chodźmy teraz do naszego koleżki. Mamy wieczór, więc powinno się to udać. No jest też rzeczy rychuliczne, będą się zbadać. Mamy pałków. Ooo, co to? O, pieniążki. Pieniążki zawsze spoko, to co? Zamknięte. Nie masz czego szukać. Rozmaryn, tymianek i kaktusa. 29. To ciszek, tylko to mieszkanie w domu. What the fuck? Nie ma w domu. Krótko dodają się głosy, śpiew kondensowego.
This door is made of metal and appears to be reinforced. Someone here really values their security. Number 28. This is where the cleaning lady said the smoker on the balcony lives.
Let's see if anyone's home.
No one answers.
Looks like the young man we are looking for isn't home. I think our best chance to catch him is in the evening. We should return tomorrow after we have finished with our day's work. How about 9 p.m.? Sound good? The smoker on the balcony. This is why we are here, right? He might know something about the murder.
Okay.
So tomorrow...
Suddenly, he's a little worried about your memory.
Tomorrow, 9 p.m., right here. About...
Damn. Turns out it's quite tricky finding someone in a big apartment building. Remember, tomorrow.
Okej, to ciekawe. Przełom. To jest kurwa, czemu tego nie czytam? Maczek staje się coraz mniejszy i mniejszy, w miarę jak wznosił się ponad ten świat domów dla lalek. Widzisz go na ulicy, w sklepie na rogu, aż w końcu mają jak pudełko od zapałek domu. Siedzi przy oknie, przy białych kwiatek na parapecie. Czujesz stąd ich zapach, jest paskudny, jak biała żałoba, współczesna śmierć, rozwód lub coś podobnego. Jedyne co możesz zrobić, to jeszcze się od niego oddalić, niech stanie się mniejszy, niech stanie się mniej tobą. limitami zwiększony ten dystans do oddalenia widoku. O kurwa. Ale śmieszne, że możemy dalej oddalać ten. Ciekawe. Nie! Może to jest... Okej. Coś mamy na mapie. Cała gówna. Coś potrzebnego. Jo, ale to jest wizja. Grand Division. Dobra, z tym sianem jest słabo. Nie wiem, czy byśmy sobie tu nie weszli, używając...
That isn't just a five-pointed star. It's an inverted white pentagram cradled in a wreath of antlers, the iconography of communism. The star and antlers was developed in the 6th decade of the last century and quickly adopted by Mezov and the communards during the revolution. Even today, half a century after, the star and antlers retains the ability to evoke hope, disappointment, and fear in equal measure, to symbolize the toppling of the old order. Also, some social democrats were already using it. The wreath of antlers represents a natural crown. It was about building a society that could exist in accord with the natural world, and at the same time above it. Because white is the color of peace. Nothing at all yet. Right now, it's just meaningless shapes on a wall.
Okay.
This door has been...
Nie przydałoby mi się... Obtrąski.
This door has been closed with a padlock. What are you doing? You're trying to cut the body of the lock with the chain cutters, and it's...
I believe it's the shackle you mean to cut, Detective.
He's just trying to help. Don't take it bad. Relax.
Perhaps you should give it another go.
O. Dzięki.
The shackle snaps like a twig, and the lock falls to the floor.
After you, Detective.
Podoba mi się to, że Kim po prostu się na to zgadza. Bardzo mi się to podoba. Nabój. Sportowo. Nowa kamizelka. Uwielbiam pozować ze swoją bronią. Tomasza, co on daje? Serio The Corpse. To mi się bardziej podoba. To mi się bardziej podoba. To nie było napisane? To jest... Nie, to jest koszula. Tu. Letnia marynarkowa zarówno przez członków zamiastów partii komunistycznej, jak i zaprzyjaźnienia handlarzy narkotykami z okolic. Niezależnie od twoich politycznych ambicji, dobrze na tobie leży. No i to najważniejsze.
A plaster cast bust depicts a middle-aged man with impressive sideburns. The name on the plinth reads Kraz Mazov.
Okej, czemu pomieszkamy swoje piersie?
The White Star, the photos on the wall. I think we have broken into the apartment of a young communard. How fitting. He's known as the father of scientific communism, also known as Masovianism. His theories about economic history greatly influenced, some would even say sparked, the anti-centennial revolution.
Okay. No i git. No tu chciałem iść. Nasz do tej musimy tam iść zagadać. Nie. Jest nasza koleżanka.
Ooh, The piggies have learned how to saunter up staircases. I didn't think you could do that with hooves. But here you are.
O kurwa, high ground nam się podobał.
Yeah, you got me now. The dynamic between us has completely changed.
That smell coming from her paint bucket. It's not paint. It's heavy fuel oil.
Okay.
Red-dyed heavy fuel oil, intended for exclusive use in government vehicles, to be precise.
What did you think I was using? Aquarels? Sucked it out of a cop's fuel tank myself. Back in Jamrock.
She really did it. She's proud of it too.
Okay.
Oh, what? You'll push me off this ledge and pry the bucket from my dead hands?
Okej. Tośmy sobie pogadali. Spodnie robotnicze. No nieźle. Sianko. Coraz bliżej, kurwa, testów, jakbym posprzedawali tam te rzeczy. Niedawno spał. Zamknięty, nie może wejść. Wszystko na wietrze. Słabiutko, słabiutko. Siup. Idziemy tędy. O, jest otwarte. O! O kurwa. Przekonywanie. No proszę, tworzy każdemu, również tobie, jeśli tylko okaże się, że musisz zmagać się z wiatrem ze stereokrętów, ruletka Nina zapewni ochronę. Do kilku dziur wygaziony przez mowę, okej. Zniszczone, właściciel musiał mieć tego osobiście przez Pana Boga, wspaniałe męskie nie tak bardzo, że sam się, czy noszenie nie uczyni również twoje bezkształtnej dupy nieco bardziej atrakcyjną. Ciekawe. Nie, czy to... Aha, ale to nam daje... Nie wiem, to musimy zostawić. No to tak samo, to jest po prostu lepsze, więc... Nie ma co się wpierdalać w to. Dobra, pogadajmy z naszą przedstawicielką. Przez całe swoje życie, no dobra. To tam u ciebie,
A
koleżanko.
striking woman leans against the cabin top of her sailing boat, smiling as you approach. Her green raincoat glistens with droplets. A silk scarf is tied around her throat.
Good evening, officers. I'm Joyce.
Okay.
Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM.
Okej. To zdradziło, uścinidło. Co to dokładnie?
I meant you, the Revachol Citizens Militia, the police. I'm glad to see you here.
Like steel, there is strength there. If she wanted, she could sink her nails deep into your skin.
I was dispatched to handle a strike, not a lynching. Anything I can do to assist the RCM in this matter, I will, gladly.
Okay.
That is good to hear, madame. My colleague will take the lead on this interview. I should let you know that he is recovering from an unusual medical episode. Very unusual. But I can assure you of his ultimate competency.
Okay.
It happens quicker than a shooting star. But did the lieutenant just wink at you?
Okay.
How interesting. I wish you a swift recovery. In the meanwhile, you have my full cooperation, and the full cooperation of the Wild Pines group.
It's hard to get a read on her precise disposition, but she appears helpful.
Podejdę.
Of course, detective. Take care.
I założę notatniczek. To mi się przyda.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Pani narodził, że powiedzieć, sami powiem powiedzieć o tym strajku, co może pani powiedzieć o tym linczu, tatuaży. Najpierw o lincz spytajmy.
Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
O kurwa, ja nie mam odznaki.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment. I hope mine will suffice.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
Natury medyczny ma znakomy z tym związek, okej.
I see. So, are you saying you lost your badge during the course of this episode?
Okej.
Oh dear.
Mogłem zjeść.
Some kind of encephalopathic amnesia. I don't even know how to respond. I do believe you, naive as that may sound. I simply can't imagine what you gain by faking such a condition.
As I said, ma'am, his technique may be very unconventional, but he is an officer of the RCM.
Of course, I sympathize, but I'm afraid I simply can't share anything more until I've seen that badge.
Okej.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuates.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to justify it to my superiors. They're going to want to see something very tangible.
Okej.
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard bargain.
Okej.
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes to reason.
Ja zrobiłem B. Każdym przy nowym centrum pełnego przemysłu narkotykowego, to zostanie profesjonalna, to jest znajduje się pod kontrolą związku,
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones. Or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue.
Okej.
This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance, and not volunteer us to be her henchman. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced badge all along, or she's simply an adept improviser. Either way, we've played straight into her hands.
Okej.
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
Okej.
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly.
Okay.
We do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done and demand for her information on the lynching.
Okej.
Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the time? The world is large and your badge is 8 by 6 centimeters. You could request a new one from the station, but that would literally take months.
Okej.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with?
Okej, jest fajne dziwo, że wzięło państwo, może pani powiedzieć o tym strajku. Tatuaże. Mądra potrzebuje kogoś, kto wyświetli rzeczywistość, w której istniejemy. O.
Is what you want to say, but it isn't that easy. Look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub. Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, a silk shirt and matching scarf, while dull orange pearls hang from her earlobes, red from the cold. Her light green eyes scan you, full of knowledge and worry. Wealth and all its possibilities.
Powinno mieć hajs tej.
Now look at you, you misery-clad simian, barely able to tie your own laces. Your armpits are lakes. A scythe of booze precedes you. Your hair sticks to you're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too...
Musi czuć, że w ogóle to będzie... Nie.
You think your little communism protects you from this feeling? No. The more
Nie,
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
Damy radę.
Voila.
Pięknie.
You're doing it.
Dużo zrobiłem, używaj.
Of course. How much do you need?
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this. Could it be that she somehow knows more about your predicament than she's letting on?
That's a good sum. Not too small, not fantastically large.
Nieogarnięte, kurwa.
She removes a few notes and hands them to you. The paper is cold and oily to the touch. There must be about 200 real in that zip bag. Maybe a little less. Plus... Whoa, whoa! Did you see how easy that was? Ask her for more. Toot toot. Train to Moneytown.
Nie, wystarczy.
Can you eat honor? Are you an omnivore?
Już jest git.
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
Coś, co dokładnie chodzi z tym całym pieniądzem? Powiem tylko... O!
You're right, man, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be, as long as they are properly logged with the precinct.
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else can I help the RCM today, besides supplementing its salaries?
Okay.
That's the man who was killed. I'm afraid this is a discussion for once we've cleared the lynching question.
Okay.
Better not tie the forestay to the backstay on this. I hope there is something else I can help you with.
She wants to answer the question. Protocol keeps her from it.
Dobra, dobra. Bez znaki tutaj nic nie zgramy, ale okej, już mamy siano, więc ten dzień już jest bezpieczny. Jest git. Byśmy sobie wszystko poogarniali. Co jeszcze? O, możemy w sumie pogadać z tym gościem, co tam stoi sobie teraz. Przy bramie. Teraz nie chciałem w to kliknąć, fakt. Czy tam przy tej pamie, czy co to jest? Halo?
Evening, officers.
A burly man hangs out by the waterlock, carving up a generous serving of salami with an old hunter's knife. His eyes are fixed on a man stranded on the other side of the waterlock and on an enormous billboard that has fallen down into the canal between them.
Kolei.
My friend Barry the Butcher is stuck on the other side of the waterlock. I'm keeping him company and eating this salami.
Okay.
From the corner of your eye, you see a man in a yellow shirt and grey overalls waving at you from across the canal. He seems disappointed about the wreckage on the waterlock and the salami.
Salami najgorzej.
Very good stuff. Anything I can do for you, officer?
Okay. Co się stało?
I wasn't here to witness it, but those look like tire tracks on that sign. Weird, huh? Then again, plenty of daredevil drivers in Rivershaw.
Ciekawe, kto jest takim kierowcą.
The words Daredevil Driver sound ominous to you.
Too bad it also takes a year and a day to repair anything around here. Especially a waterlock. The rest of the coast is closed off till then.
Nie, salami nie jest potrzebne. Chociaż może bym skosztował.
Sure thing. Want some too, officer?
Why not?
O. I po kawałeczku salami, tak się żyje.
Well, there's the fishing village, an abandoned fish market, a bizarro church. Not much use to the congregation, though. There always seems to be something wrong with it.
Okay.
Yeah, not really much else. Just bombed out ruins.
Okay.
A couple of indicator lights are missing from this control panel. Loose wires dangle from the now vacant holes. In the middle is a lever. Beneath it, a small metal plaque. This panel usually closes the waterlock, turning it into a bridge that lets you cross the canal. But there's a crashed salmon and butter sign in the way. Pulling the lever probably won't do anything.
Spróbujmy.
Pull the lever all the way up until the metal clicks against the contact pins. You hear a soft clunk. Then, nothing happens. Nothing happens. A cold gust of wind blowing in from the sea interrupts the silence of the situation. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. You still need to close the waterlock to get across the canal. Some other way.
Okay.
Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on Wednesday morning?
Okay. Wednesday morning, powiadasz. Mogę sobie zerknąć? O. Masło spadło.
A crumpled billboard reading, Samaran butter soaks in the canal. Two ugly lines mar the bright countenance of the blonde boy depicted.
Okay.
The sign billboard has fallen on the waterlock, keeping it open, and thus out of order.
Okay, to jest samorskie masło.
Whatever it is, the boy on the billboard seems very happy about it.
Dobra, spróbujmy. Rozkminimy to.
Judging by the size of the impact and the parallel lines of burnt rubber, the cause was probably a motor vehicle.
Okay. Spójrz na punkt uderzenia.
Side slip marks indicated that the vehicle was traveling up the crater at 35 kilometers an hour.
Dach szopy.
The black marks on the roof indicate that the vehicle vaulted from the crater to the roof of the shack.
Metal dobowy.
The panel served as a takeoff ramp.
Okay, super.
The vehicle soared through the air, hitting the billboard and upsetting the posts. Then it continued its flight, taking the billboard with it.
Znak?
The sign broke the vehicle's fall into the canal.
Brzeg.
Still speeding, the vehicle made a loop and vanished into the fog along the coast.
Model?
There are two good candidates, the Caprice 40 and the Linear G22.
Czemu Caprice?
It's about the right size, and the tire marks look like they came from the skinny tires frequently found on that motor carriage.
Czemu Linear?
Very sturdy but light motor carriage. More likely than most to survive that jump.
Okay, co teraz?
You'd have to follow the tracks to be sure.
No niestety.
The lieutenant looks on, waiting for you to wrap up your analysis.
O, możemy pogadać.
Any theories about what happened here?
Będzie drogowe piractwo, że półki, chcę poznać kierowcę i stanąć do nie będzie. Bardzo śpieszył.
What kind of car do you think it was?
Myślę, że Linear.
That's quite likely, from what I can tell.
Chyba wiem, kto mógł to zrobić.
Oh.
Śladowy to musi być ktoś niebezpieczny. Możemy się zakaz morderstwa, właśnie nieważne, potrzebujemy więcej dowodów. Śladowy i
I
odważny.
suppose that narrows it down somewhat. Fortunately, we are not traffic cops. Should we get back to the murder?
Dobra. Dawaj, konceptualizacja.
You've thought of a very touching story. It's shit though.
Nie opowiadamy.
No, you're already... The urge is strong, but you are stronger.
Właściwie to może jednak nie wymaga to śledztwa. Bo to ja wiem kto to. Lepiej się samemu nie karać. Dobra, czy my teraz możemy coś pogadać?
Yes?
Coś z linczu. Dobra, rozkimem. Myślę, co dołącz do niego na tarasie. Po 22. Okej, gdy będziesz kończyć dzień, okej. Jeszcze trochę czasu jest. Porozmawiamy sobie, chłopie.
You see a Samaran street vendor surrounded by a motley assemblage of goods. When he realizes you're looking at him, his face breaks into a wide. The name Sileng is embroidered over his breast pocket.
Happy shopping, officer! Everything's cool here.
Okej, co jest takie fajne?
Everything's cool. The goods are cool, the customers are cool, the place is cool. And one more thing, officer. You're very cool.
Okej.
Bang, 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 bang!
Policyjne pytanie.
You're right, officer. 100%.
Nisko retoryka.
No playing around then. Strictly business. Maybe I can interest you in some premium menswear instead.
A możemy spróbować, czemu by nie? A to za chwilę, skąd jesteś?
Me? It's a boring story, officer. Who cares about the past? I'm all business now. All revolution. Very cool. I like your style, officer. Only the coolest goods in Revachol. I've got sneakers, speakers, extremely comfy pants too. Try them on right here.
A
No
pozwolonko?
shame, only freedom. Good joke, officer. Here we don't have permits. Just economic freedom.
Okej.
You glance around at the decrepit buildings, the miserable weather, the sidewalks strewn with sunflower seeds and a dust-choked air.
It's beautiful. Beautiful freedom.
Okej.
It is, yes. Anyone can set up their shop whenever they feel like it.
No nieźle.
That's right. No permits, no bureaucracy. That's why this city and its law officials are so cool.
If you wanted to be cynical about it, you could say we are here to protect the interests of property holders. I'm not, however.
Okej.
My man, officer, you make all this possible. Without you, this climate would be extremely bad for business. You're part of the Gotham State.
Więc pan goście chroni biznesmenów, krajowcom chroni interesy biznesu obcych nacji. Jest to bezprawie. Żadnych pozwoleń, czadowo.
Hyper cool.
Skąd masz
I'm
spodnie?
an entrepreneur, officer. I've got sources, buyers, suppliers, distributors, manufacturers, wholesalers, all extremely cool and above board.
Okej.
Anything for you.
Spróbujmy.
No need to dress this one up. Just tell him what you want.
O kurwa. Te twoje pieniądze i to już.
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
Bo jestem skorumpowany, ale nie pamiętam za bardzo jak to działa. Będzie powiem co pojawi mi się w głowie. Skądś muszę wziąć pieniądze.
Ah, yes. Money is very important.
Are you trying to ask for a bribe? If so, you're not doing a very good job.
O kurwa.
Sorry, detective.
Dobra. Nie pykło.
There's a pile of cheap sunglasses in a small box, a variety of shapes and colors.
You like sunglasses, officer? I've got the latest styles right here.
Pogrzeb.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic. The kind of plastic that melts in the sun.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, super material, very cool. UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
Okej, sprawdźmy, może się uda.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog with its bent cap.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang! And all for a mere 6 real.
Hey, at least it might actually offer some protection against the sun. Not like those cheap plastic shades.
Nah.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem.
Na razie odejdź, sprawdźmy co tu jest.
There are clothes inside. Cheap second-hand clothes.
Don't be shy. These are premium class clothes. Good quality fabrics, best retro design. Save the economy with your style, officer.
You find your hands deep in tattered and faded garments made from weird polyester blends that make your body itch and sweat in all the wrong places.
Economical, but also trendy.
O,
First hand,
się może
why
udać?
second hand? Keep the economy
Something cold grazes your hand. Synthetic and sleek. A windbreaker. Surf, it says, but also wind, summer, 100% waterproof.
O kurwa.
Sport.
Pewnie top.
All
Good choice, officer.
Opanowanie.
Mega sporty. And it's only $4.50 for you, sir.
Na razie odejdź. Są budki chyba, nie?
you see two lowly, defeated speakers.
A nie, głośniki.
Thralls, slaves basically, perched atop them like conquerors surveying the land. A pair of found, durable wear sneakers.
A nie, są trampki.
Ultra series.
I can see you've a taste for luxury, officer. Can't keep your eyes off those sneakers?
A pair of found ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest found sneakers. Super air, super fine, super cool.
Kurwa drogie,
Only
ale
50 real.
jeszcze z reakcji oko ręka, no fajne, fajne, tylko drogie.
These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable found ultras atop them.
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers. The sneakers are the stars here.
Biedne głośniczki.
No, don't pity them, officer. These are old Samaran garbage. Don't even look at them. Check out these super cool, fun ultras instead.
Kurwa, się odpala.
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
Okej.
Well, if you want them, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra. 50 cents?
Bez sensu. Sens nie potrzebuje twoich głośników. Kurwa, zaraz papiesko, ty. No coś tu możemy poruszyć.
Hello again, my man. What's on your mind?
No, nie. Już jakieś kwestie, których nie poruszali.
Hello again, officer.
Chyba nie. To nawet nie mam zamiaru gadać. Czy możemy... Coś tu chyba mieliśmy, nie?
The tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk into the machine.
Okej, zaczepianko. Jak najbardziej, jak najbardziej. Pim, pim. Zmieniało?
Right to work!
Nie.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
Dobra. Sprawdźmy, czy ten o 21 tam się kurwa dzisiaj nie pojawił. My tam serio musimy iść jutro. Czystej ciekawości. Kurwa, dzieciaki tu dalej siedzą, pojemane. Ciało dalej wisi.
This door is made of metal. No one answers.
We should return tomorrow.
Okej, czyli jednak jutro. Ciekawostka. O, mogę pakiecik sobie w Pokemonach otworzyć. Bardziej sobie to uczynię, why not? Apartamentu. Następna ronda.
This coin-operated viewer is facing south. The instruction manual says to insert 25 centimes and pull the handle while looking inside. Then use the focus knob to zoom in if necessary.
Chyba nie bardzo. Chyba nie bardzo.
This coin-operated viewer is facing southwest. Its coin slot is full of fossilized bubblegum, rendering the machine permanently inaccessible. The metal feels cold and wet under your palm. It looks unhygienic. A thick layer of graffito covers the lenses. You spell out the word Onuk written on the other side, with N and C scribbled backwards. Under the graffito, a sea of blues and greys appear. Behind the water lies a coast studded with concrete and reeds. On it, a church on stilts, lanky weather-worn wooden planks, an X-shaped cross topping its tower. The church looks old and weather-worn. There are no lights in the windows. Around the large wooden building, you see chunks of sea ice gathered on the beach, and a small tent set up on the ice.
Vandalism.
Probably some kids.
A simple but clever solution to ruin in a coin-operated viewer. It took ingenuity.
Dziadków już też nie ma. Ciekawe, że są tu ludzie, nie można z nimi ludziować. O, tam coś jest w ogóle, tego nie widziałem.
You see a heavy, the cobalt, old cobalt, the door does.
Pieniążki. Dobra, zapłaćmy to musiano. Miejmy to z głowy.
Can I help you? Yes, have you got it? Well?
No to one, przepraszam za kłopot. Tak, to jest mądre.
Great. Thank you, officer. That's all I wanted. Payment for services rendered. If you continue to stay here, I just ask that you please pay your nightly bill in advance starting tomorrow.
Okay.
He's not sorry about his behavior for your sake. Now that you have money, he really wants to make sure you're not angry with him.
Okay.
I'll unlock the electronic lock to your room. All the doors lock automatically at 9 p.m.
Wszystkie drzwi są znacznie blokowane. Okay.
Please pay for each night in advance starting tomorrow. 20 real per night.
I'll take a room here too.
Okay.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM as guests. Anything else I can do?
Dobra, zadanko wykonane. 20 reali. No niech jak najszybciej się otworzy kurwa przejazd. Czy miała jakąś kurwa myśl do wsadzenia? No nie, ale może się za chwilę jakoś pojawić. Co byśmy sobie tu mogli rozwinąć? Też motoryka wzowa są wyuczone, premia do przedmiotów. Już nie mogę, to ciekawe. No się to zwiększyło. Dobra, to się zawsze może przydać trochę wytrzymałości. To jest klasyk. Klasyk no-brainer. Gdzie na górze? Możemy do niej zapukać i z nią pogadać?
The door is closed. There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on. A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you.
Stum swoje emocje.
The door is closed.
Okej, nie pukajmy. Jedna się kąpać poszła. Czy my mamy jeszcze jakieś... Ściana z mapą. Manga, maszyna do lodów. Kurwa, dużo tu tego jest, halo. Ściana podwórzu możemy znowu zrobić. Roj z gniazda? Jaki roj z gniazda? O? Teraz to są zagubione. Co to było? Aha, dobra, to był ten z tego, z sprzedawą. To może miejsce zrobić jeszcze raz. Maszyny do lodów nie. Też nie. Jest kradzież tam też niepotrzebne. Blisko z drobiazgami to też jakoś pierdoła. Dobra, to tak wizualizację by mogli spróbować jeszcze raz. Tam się to nigdy nie udało na tym zwykłym playthrough. Możemy się przebiec w sumie tam. Why not? Kurwa, nie chciałem w to klikać. Ale klikłem.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah, but why? It's a wall.
Why must we stop to look at this wall every time we pass by? We have business to attend to.
No, żeś jesteś udo, kurwa, kim, nie marudź tej. Damy radę, coś tam się wymyśli kiedyś. Dobra. Kilka przerwy dla mnie, ze dwóch. Śniadanko zjedzone. Kurde, myślę, że ta muzyczka fajnie grała, to przestał grać. No dobrze, no dobrze. Dobra, czy my wszystko mamy, kurwa? Co nie mogę jeszcze tego pieca wyjść? Do pieca jeszcze krzyknąć. W sumie przez domofon też możemy pogadać. Ale domofon strasznie dużo czasu zżera. Zróbmy tylko tutaj to. Jutro na to czasu nie tracić.
A thick layer of coal dust covers the furnace, coloring it pitch black.
Może dam radę.
Something breaks loose in you. A mighty bellow echoes throughout the chimney's depths. The chatter of tiny voices above suddenly cease. Then, you've awakened the entity.
Hello? Did you say anything? I can't hear you. Please come upstairs. There's a safety curtain on the second floor. I'll open it.
You hear a low rumble upstairs. The sound of a curtain.
After you, officer.
Okej. Ale tam na razie nie pójdziemy. Tam też będzie długi dialog. W sumie może warto zrobić te próby, bo co jakby nam się udało to otworzyć? Co jakby się udało to otworzyć?
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and an electric freezer.
Może się
The
uda.
ice around it
3% to zawsze jakiś procent.
The ice squeaks beneath the pry bar. You think you've got the bar jammed in there pretty well. You see the pry bar's metal handle bending, right?
Yeah, well, that's a good pry bar. I'm not criticizing it, but this ice cream maker is frozen shut. It takes an advanced tool to get it open. I have no idea, officer. This ice cream maker isn't important enough to requisition a special tool.
Okay.
Sooner or later, you will stumble upon a tool mighty enough.
Okej. Weźmy sobie to z powrotem. Pogadajmy sobie przez ten domofon, no.
An old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta Commerce Center.
Ja mam jakieś dziwne wspomnienie, że tu chyba też idzie deadnąć. Chyba nie chcemy tu deadnąć.
An old call box. This button looks new, but someone has removed the name card.
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Okay. Salon paintballowy.
Silence. No one answers your call.
Okay.
Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you.
Okay.
Silence. No one answers the doorbell. Silence. No one's home at Fortress Accident.
Okay.
You hear static from the intercom speaker. It sounds as if someone has picked up the receiver, but isn't saying anything.
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric.
The fuck?
Have you come to place an order?
Dziwne.
Wait, but what happened to Slipstream SCA? There's no Tricentennial Electrics on the list.
My God.
The lieutenant exchanges a look with you.
It's you. My God. I didn't think I would hear your voice.
Chuj.
She must be mistaking you for someone else. No, something's wrong here. Are you sure she's talking to you?
Kurwa.
Michelle, just please.
What the fuck?
Why Why did you even call? I don't understand. You've been gone for months. I thought you didn't care.
To jest kurwa.
Ever since I came to work here, it's been different. As if my mind's been wiped clean.
A spot of static overrides her words. When she speaks again, it sounds like she's submerged.
It's so nice. It's so nice to be able to finally speak again.
O czym?
She sounds like she's about to cry.
Nie płakać.
She doesn't answer.
Mówiła pani, że miał zapomnieć, co w tym takiego miło?
Silence. The only thing you can hear now is static and waves washing ashore on the bay.
Co się właśnie stało?
Another seagull passes by. It's getting cold standing here.
I don't know what happened either. We should probably stop playing with this thing.
Okej, pożegnajmy
You
się.
press the number sign on the keypad that terminates the call. 12 name cards on the call box read.
Okej, dziwne, że trzeba siły woli. Sprawdźmy to.
Whatever she says, it can't hurt you. You're a different person now. Stronger, healthier, and... Alright, maybe not healthier, but it's a bonus that you've drunk so hard you can't remember any of your past relationships.
Okej.
Oblivion's the ace in your corner. There's a light buzz as you press the doorbell, waiting for her to answer the call. It's...
Yes, hello. This is Tricentennial Electric. Have you come to place an order?
Ostatnio rozmawiałem się, doszło do porozumienia. Pomiały pani z kimś innym.
My God.
Here come the bad vibes again. Relax. Distance yourself from it.
Proszę się nie rozłączyć, coś tylko wytłumaczyć.
It's you. My God.
Wait. Is she...
Tak.
Michelle. Just... Why did you even call? I don't understand.
The voice from the intercom doesn't answer, but you can hear her breathing. Wind blows into your microphone again, crackling and echoing in the box.
Ever since I came to... As if my mind's been wiped.
And then it hits you. She tries again not to cry. Real or not, your mirror neurons react. It feels painful to be listening to this. Her sound melts into the static from a long-distance phone call. This is where you hung up the call the last time. The phone rings in the office with an old-fashioned chime, and someone walks by in a pair of heels. The static is like a warm blanket wrapped around the sounds.
Okay.
No one replies, but the static grows stronger like rainfall. Then a female voice speaks out, completely different from the one before. Glorious and total somehow, crawling inside your head. Her words are too cold to comprehend. She smells of sodium lights and rain streaks on car windows. Eyes like pilot lights watch your shape in dark hallways, guttering.
So... It was a recording trapped in the circuitry from some ancient tenant. This sometimes happens. Shall we conclude here?
Właśnie przydarzyło mi się coś dziwnego.
Don't take this the wrong way, but during our short stint working together, something weird is almost always happening to you.
No coś tam jest.
That is true.
Śmieszne, że logika też to powiedziała.
Looks like someone has melted half the plastic off with a lighter. The doorbell doesn't work anymore. You wait for a minute or two, but all you get from the call box is silence. No one answers the call.
Okno.
You ring the doorbell, but nothing happens. All you hear is static, but no one answers the call. You ring the doorbell, but no one answers. An off-key melody starts playing after you ring the doorbell. Then a woman picks up the receiver.
Okay.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time for your
Okej.
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought you were... But the doorbell is broken, and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So I can't help you. Please don't call him.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead.
Dobra. O,
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year. We can pick up where we left off tomorrow morning.
okej. Jeszcze musimy pogadać, stary. Jeszcze musimy pogadać. Tu?
Yes?
Nie mam z tym kurwa pogadać. Paski mam. Chcę odpowiedzieć na wszelkie pytania, jakie możesz mieć w sprawie śledztwa i moru na tarasie. Jest taras.
What do you want to know?
Zorganiczną w
What's there to say? It's just stupidity.
Jaka głupota?
The cop kind. Our precincts can't decide if Martinez is part of Jamrock or the Industrial Harbor. Yours or mine, as if we somehow own parts of the city. Typical street gang mentality. So we've let the Union make a mockery of law enforcement here. And now it's come to its natural conclusion.
Okay.
Well, sort of. It's less a matter of who gets to police Martinez than who has to. It's an orphan district, in other words.
Okay.
I think the dispatch desk just told both our stations about the hanging. There was quite the brouhaha at the 57th, I can tell you that. Time to settle it, they said. Cop off. But I assure you, I am not their finest or toughest, with 102 cases solved. What I am is least interested in a pissing competition.
Okay.
So he volunteered to represent the 57th, but not out of competitiveness. On the contrary.
Martinez? Nothing. It's just a puddle at the end of some drain pipe. No one cares about this place. They care about sports. Most of our colleagues don't even know how to get here. North of the interchange doesn't exist.
Tell him why it's you.
Nieokreślona. Musimy mieć polityczną obmenę, więc może tylko jeden jest najlepszy. Dał ci lekcję stylu. Nieokreślona.
The silence carries.
Yes, it's a wholly pointless matter.
Okay.
Forget I ever mentioned it.
Ale nie jest to.
He's actually glad it's addressed now.
O. Logika. A spróbujmy.
Because you're the best qualified. No, that doesn't seem right. You look dumb if you keep the lieutenant waiting for too long.
Powiedzieć czego.
What about me?
O.
What do you mean? I have no idea what you're talking about. I can't say that...
The lieutenant, that's where his conversations with himself take place.
No.
Your brain sends the signal to your lips, but they refuse
Okay.
the order. The eyebrow is exercising psionic control over you. It's like you're locked down. The lieutenant relaxes his eyebrow, and you seem to regain control of yourself.
Kurwa.
Good. Let's change the subject. What do you want to know? You mean like a brief? Do you want me to brief you again? 3 days ago, during that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him. A security guard or worker of some sort. They didn't identify themselves in any... There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. That's right.
Okej. Czy to jest...
Good.
Kurwa, myślałem, że to jeszcze będzie...
Excuse me? You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, we would surely collide.
Okay.
I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 41st Precinct tend to move a bit erratically. They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic, yet thorough. Prioritizes containers.
Yes, but containers contain things. Shiny things. He's simply not. Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not usually...
No, czyli nie do końca kurwa wiem. To jest ta rozmowa... No raczej nie. Raczej nie jest ta rozmowa, którą mieliśmy odbyć. Ale może jak się pożegnamy, to wtedy?
This is the door to the room you redecorated.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier, I believe.
O to mi chodziło.
And besides, we should discuss our progress on the investigation. Let's go.
O to mi chodziło, to chciałem zrobić.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM?
Jak dzisiaj poszło?
Well, we inspected the victim's body, so that's good. It was not easily approachable in that state, but we did it. Our inspection could have been more thorough, as it always can, but we have some leads we can follow up on. Then you shot him in the chest, which wasn't ideal.
No nie.
And we still have to get him down from the tree. Being sober also tends to help with precision. But moving on to the interviews. We weren't able to find the union leader, Everard Clare, much less interview him. So that's on the to-do list for tomorrow. We talked to Joyce Messier, but didn't get any information from her. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is.
Okay.
We have to get her to talk to us. Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice?
No czas, to jest picia musiałem drążyć. Więc jest na 41. O! Nie wiem czemu robię rzeczy, które robię, porucznik.
It's impressive, especially for a man your age. And in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. Light green. Goes with the orange.
Wiedziałem, że palisz.
I have a cigarette every night when I go over my nose. It's something of a ritual.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that cigarette.
Okay.
Yes, it's been a long and eventful day. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Revachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offenses, in accordance with an interdepartmental schedule. Yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request records from their local station. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM. The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed to play any part in the economic structure of Revachol.
Okay.
We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station coldly. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught. It's about power projection. Thus far, they seem to mostly show up. As you may have gathered from the fact that we are expected to carry a record of our kills, like the one in your watermarks, we are permitted to use whatever force is necessary, and strongly admonished not to abuse that power.
Okej.
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courant and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them. The coalition government and the moral intern more broadly. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone after the revolution. So we did. Now we attempt to maintain that order. No more, no less. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Ravachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. Silence. A great comment to such a conundrum. The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution failed. Okay. There are a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of its many projects. They also run the ICP, EPIS, most intergovernmental organizations in the world.
Okej.
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they continue the humanist project set forth by Her Innocence Dolores Day 4 centuries ago. Others say they are just technocrats. Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something ominous.
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me.
Okay.
The moral intern are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him. The lieutenant breathes out a chestnut-scented cloud of cigarette smoke and looks at the city he saw.
Do you?
Okej. Sprawiamy się dobrze. Potrzebuję tutaj, żeby dawali nam prawo wykonywania rewanszolu. Zrobili to doskonałe robotowi coś na miejsce, żadny humanizm. Są sami największej sieci burżuazyjnej organizacji kończącej prawa burżuazji właśnie. Imigranci, liberalni, jebani, kobiety. Właściwie to jednak nie mam opinii. Nieważne.
My kind of police officer.
The dying lights of the city shimmer below. Slowly, like luminous clouds, they pass on his lenses. The lieutenant looks at his slim cigarette, contemplating the next drag. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me, he thinks. This little stick right here.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock and the GRIH.
Czemu tak jest?
It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. It's like I told you, this place is an orphan, fallen between the cracks. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land.
Okay.
It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they didn't, the city would disintegrate.
Night. Captain Ptolemy Price steps into the yard. A piebald horse waits by the motor carriage, chewing oats out of an oat bag. Seagulls fly overhead. The sky is black. Captain Price wears a black suit and a standard patrol coat as he mounts the horse to head home. Rows of houses on either side, hunching over the sidewalks, and Precinct 41 with its dome roof growing distant. Around him, the streets are silent. A kid on the corner waves at the captain as he takes the turn on Petition and Main. The horse neighs. The captain nods back. Thanks, kid, he thinks. He's grateful.
Śledztwo może brać stację w okolicy. Odrobinę dobrego.
Me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes.
Ładnie.
Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Porobione. Porobione. No to ta spanka. Pyk, 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 pyk. No do zobaczonka, do zobaczonka. Co tu mamy? Zwykłe karaoke. Co za wiadomość? Znajdź swoją odznakę. Wytrać swoją broń. Dobra, w świetniku. Spodnie. Okej. Zresztą pancerza. Płaszcz. Przejście link. Związek. To się teraz zrobiło, to jutro. Jak będę mieć odznaka. W środę. Dobra, i to też jutro, okej. To jest spoko. I teoretycznie prawie wszystko zrobione.
The fan stands still. The lights are on.
Okej. No dobrze, nic więcej. Tutaj możemy iść w mono. I wszystko na ten dzionek. Cylicu. Jest porządek. Pokażę, że sobie zajmują 10 000 giga. I wiadomo, jak to się skończy. To jest banka.
The bed is cold and not but. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you stretch out and finally close your eyes. And then sleep doesn't come.
Jak spać?
Obviously, you're in bed with your eyes closed, but it's not happening.
Dlaczego?
Maybe it's the bed's fault.
Przerzuć się na drugi bok.
It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Part of you is still trying to solve the case, isn't it?
Czas spać.
Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids twitch in your sleep and images start forming.
What the fuck? O kurwa. No to nie za disco.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood?
Nie pamiętam.
Do you remember your wife's hand on your face?
O kurwa. No to możemy tylko zakładać. Kogo?
Do you remember the warmth of her thighs between her legs and in her mouth?
Jestem porzucony.
That's right, funky baby. And you just stood there, One hand on the bottle and the other on your dick. Watching her go. Let it all be dragged away from you.
Oh well.
Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are yours?
Nie chcę, bo w takich wypadkach zazwyczaj zdrowe jest nie wracanie do tego, bo próbowanie odzyskiwania... Po co się wywodzić?
They were only cramping your descent into the abyss. Now they're gone. 3 times gone and never coming back. All of it. You failed. You failed me. You failed Elysium.
Czym jest Elysium?
Everything. The Pale and the Isolas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious truth. 8,000 years of written history. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4.6 billion people. And you failed every single one of them. You really fucked up.
Oh wow.
No, Harry. You were just talking to yourself. That's all you ever do. Even in your dreams. And the act is wearing thin. The spots of the disco ball fade around you. You'll be back in those cold snakeskins in no time. Sweating up the bed.
Stinky boy.
You're not coming back from shit, thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding?
To na pewno.
Your mind is what now? I can't hear you. The rest is just a word dream. Jumbled up garbage. The pictures are gone. The bed rises to meet you. A thin, sleep-like state. More glass than velvet grinding in your head.
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. There's something wrong with your thoughts. Some kind of new type of hangover. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your head like clockwork. Barely let you sleep at all. Time to get those clothes on, Harry.
Okay.
Time to go to work in the shit factory.
O, daliśmy. Się strasznie dziwnie skroluje. Tak. No to jest w taki dziwny sposób. Strasznie zrobię. O.
Good going, buddy.
Co na cholery było?
Really? Because you feel even worse this morning than you did last night. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying.
Cześć, Mentos. Rzeczywiście
You can't be a
4:20.
detective like this. Detectives need to be able
Rzeczywiście
to think.
4:20. Co ty do pracy wstajesz? No nieźle. My też akurat wstaliśmy, stary. My też akurat wstaliśmy. Jak motywacja, jak samopoczucie? Zajebiście, powiem ci szczerze. Zrobiliśmy pierwszy dzień. Udało nam się uzbierać na pokój, bo pod koniec obawialiśmy się z Cipiem, że nie będzie pieniędzy na spanie i że kurwa będziemy musieli cały pierwszy dzień od początku robić, bo troszkę skupiliśmy się na zbieraniu hajsu, ale udało się. Więc no lecimy powoli do przodu. System myśleć, czemu to się dzieje? Naprawdę czuję się świetnie.
That's not really true. Your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster.
Godzina przed budzikiem.
Time to get some more.
Jezus, ja będę musiał się bardzo nauczyć wstawania rano.
Don't do that.
Ciekawe, ile mi to zajmie.
Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself.
Coś więcej. Moje życie. Czekaj. Dobra, to jest zdemowało. Trzeba się znowu sztachnąć. Zacznę teraz szukać.
Are you sure? Ready to live as this pathetic shell of yourself for days? Basically, a week. Let's be honest, 2 weeks. Maybe 3. You won't make it. Half the town will be dead by then.
Nie.
You will be fired.
Nie potrzebuję speedu. Nie.
Suit yourself, slow, sad shell man. See how you do without your spark.
Dobra, idź tam w chuj. Idź. Im, wstawaj. Powinien wstaje. Oho. O, jest kim. Okej, ci się też pojawili. Mapka się przeszła tu.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them.
Okej. Oboje w nastroju. To są ci ludzie, których powiedziano wczoraj GRP.
I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't exactly enthusiastic about the RCM being here. They prefer to be policed by the union. These men here.
Okay.
Men who drink beer for breakfast? There's talk of an armed wing of the union called the Hardy Boys, who are responsible for state policing. I think it's them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. It's them by the looks of it. Loud and nasty, just like the manager said. One loose thread less to worry about, and one big problem to replace it.
Umiejętności. Nie wiem, czy sobie iść, kurwa nie, no to wytrzymałość to jest... Nie mamy chyba na razie tej myśli, nie? Ile z tego zostawimy jeszcze tego do punktu umiejętności? Na razie go nie musimy wydawać. Wezwać posiłki.
That would just escalate tensions. No captain would sign off on it. Solving one murder isn't worth a conflict between the RCM and the Debarders Union.
Okay.
In fact, even the death of 2 detectives might not warrant an all-out war. So let's keep a cool head, okay? One more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can walk right past them, continue with our business.
Okay.
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first. Yeah, streetwise. Zoom right past. Do it on your own terms.
They're in no hurry to leave. They think they own the place. Anyway, I leave that choice to you. Whatever you decide is fine by me.
Okay.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real?
Mm-hmm.
Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Take it easy on him. Deep down, he really hates being the guy who has to remind you.
No właśnie nie, bo już jutro będę mieć swoja chata, więc luz.
Just a moment.
She's agitated, judging from the way she keeps pulling at the frayed edge of her blanket.
And there's no public phones nearby?
The closest phone booth is down the coast. Sorry for the inconvenience, ma'am.
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear.
Okay.
The lady is distressed. Perhaps something more upbeat might cheer her up.
Siemanko Lenka. Chciałem podstawić rozumiem, proszę powiedzieć, jak mogę pani wynagrodzić. O.
Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweetie. I was just hoping to make a call, but the Whirling's phone line isn't working. The union office probably has a phone, but I can't really get there. Or to the phone booth down the coast. And Gary's phone is dead too.
Czemu pani
To let the young woman who's house sitting for us know that we may be delayed. Morel, my husband, and our friend Gary were supposed to get back by Monday night, but they're still missing, and I haven't heard from them. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel.
Czy pani Myszka tylko wcześniej zaginął? Nocna strona, najpierw muszę się znać główną. Nie.
That's just it. This isn't like him at all. He always plans his expeditions so carefully. But you have more important things to worry about. Oh dear. I'm not sure where to begin.
Jak wygląda?
Well, his expression is slightly grumpy, but his eyes are always bright and curious, like a small boy's. And his palms are quite coarse from all the field work, but he's quite gentle.
It's always a challenge to describe the person you know best in the world.
Okay.
Oh, well, he's a bit shorter than you, but with a larger frame, and he has longish white hair, usually a bit uncombed. You might say wild, even.
The lieutenant pulls out his notebook and begins jotting down the woman's description.
One other thing, he'll likely have all kinds of field gear on him, even if he's not out in the reeds, you know, just in case.
Okay.
We'll be celebrating our 16th anniversary this autumn. Not the most numerically satisfying anniversary, but I like the less obvious milestones even more somehow. Via dating agency, I'm ashamed to say. I was looking to get back into the scene after recovering from my accident, and he'd just divorced. We hit it off, and, well, here we are.
She's skipping over some important parts. Perhaps you'll find out more later.
Okay.
I hope I've been useful. Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant Gary are studying an extremely rare species of insect. But they should have returned by now. They were just going down the coast across the waterlock to set a few traps. He said they'd be back on Monday.
Śluza jest rozjebana.
The waterlock. That was broken. Could this be it?
Oh my. What happened to the waterlock?
Niezgodnie, będzie zablokowana przez zwykłą reklamę masę, wchodzę prosto.
Oh, sweetie. If it weren't for you, I'd be looking forward to another sleepless night. Thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Yes?
You're welcome, ma'am.
I hate to ask, but if your investigation takes you to the other side of the coast, please do keep an eye out for my husband.
Easy.
This will surely lead to a cryptozoological mystery with that extremely rare insect.
And if you see him, let him know Lena is waiting for him here at the Whirling. He gets so tangled up in his work that he may not know the waterlock's been repaired. And
Okay.
it's cold out there.
Okay.
Oh, you're such a dear. Thank you, sweetie.
O, to w sumie ciekawe.
Oh, sweetie, it's fascinating. But I shouldn't bore you with entomological minutiae.
The lieutenant gives you a sideways glance.
Okay.
Well, it's a phasmid, technically, but
Oh yeah. Here comes the interesting.
Where other phasmids imitate sticks or leaves, this one's a living reed. It disguises itself among the reeds here on the Insulindian coast.
Okay.
Hence its name, the Insulindian phasmid. Perhaps you'll end up co-discovering the phasmid with us, officers.
To be honest, this animal sounds like a cryptid. You wouldn't happen to be searching for some kind of gnome of Jeroma, would you?
I smell pseudoscience, he's thinking. Not a big fan of that.
It's simply elusive. So much so that most establishment zoologists doubt it exists at all.
Establishment. I thought so.
Well, some teenagers making out in the reeds saw one. They didn't know what it was, of course, but there was a brief article in a local newspaper about their encounter with a ghost insect that looks like the reeds. Gary sent us the clipping.
Okay.
Of course, most phasmid sightings turn out to be false alarms, but their description matched the Insulindian phasmid perfectly, and they didn't even know what they were looking at.
Enthusiasm wiped the worry from her face. Her eyes sparkled behind her glasses.
I suppose I have something of a personal connection to the Insulindian phasmid. All scientists have their little hobby horses. Oh, I doubt it. No one gets into cryptozoology for the money, sweetie. Not at all. Why else would it hide itself so carefully?
Okay.
Yes, it can blend in almost perfectly among the reeds. It's how it stayed hidden all these years, centuries even. Oh dear, I'm afraid I'm not explaining this very well. It is very special. Morel can explain it all much better. I wish you could hear him describe it. Then you'd understand, I'm sure. Oh, yes. A zoologist. A cryptozoologist, to be more precise.
It's a pseudoscience that attempts to legitimize research into mythological beasts and urban legends.
That's one opinion, yes. And people are entitled to their opinions.
She's used to playing off such insults casually, but they still affect her.
My apologies, ma'am. I did not mean to undermine your hobby.
It's not a hobby, dear. It's a subfield of zoology, one specializing in animal species that are so exceedingly rare that many assume them to be extinct or even fictitious. Searching for such species called cryptids is difficult and often thankless, and frankly, many scientists are too lazy to do it. Universities these days are rarely interested in supporting real research.
Okay.
She's completely internalized her husband's struggles. They are her own.
Okej, tu mamy duże prawdopodobieństwo zwycięstwa.
There's really no point in manipulating anyone. She'd be only too pleased to tell you about her work. Go on and ask.
Oh, I'd be delighted. Truth be told, I could really use the company too.
Nie zajebiście.
One cryptid, not a couple. One. This won't turn into some kind of cryptid extravaganza.
Spektak? Podoba mi się ten pomysł.
And I don't. Just one.
Or he'll be disappointed in the... Ooh, tough choice there.
Uruchomiło. Największa, najmniejsza, najbardziej bezpieczna. Długi światłanie z kryptyda. Jakieś niewidzialne kryptydy. Najbardziej niebezpieczna mnie interesuje.
The Gnome of Jeroma.
Nie brzmi tak groźne.
Oh, it is. None of his victims survived. Grieving relatives never even found their bodies because the gnome's venom dissolved organic tissue.
Okay.
It was reportedly a small creature with webbed fingers and a protruding forehead and a gangly little thing. Quite scary to look at. A couple of campers found it when it was already dying. They heard an odd wailing in the woods and followed the sound. They were scared and wrapped it in tarpaulin to suffocate it. It still took the gnome of Jeroma an entire day to die.
No kurwa.
If the body of the creature was found, why aren't there detailed illustrations of it in science textbooks, confirming the existence of these very little species?
Alas, the first scientist who got his hands on the creature's corpse put it in a jar of formaldehyde, thinking that would detoxify the gnome's venom. Instead, all the venom leaked out of the creature's teeth and into the surrounding liquid, dissolving the creature itself. A poetic end, perhaps, but a real loss for science.
Hey, you promised you'd only ask about one cryptid.
Dobra.
I'm glad you see it that way. Did we have anything more to do here?
Guillaume Le Million. Bad news. Guillaume Le Million did not become a cop. In 1938, he went on a tour to the Sinyao province in Safre, where he died of autoerotic asphyxiation. His body was found hanging from a decorative dragon tree in his junior suite amid drug paraphernalia, unwholesome objects, and the Sylvia Trainer single, Wonderland, skipping in the background. And yes, you can take this as a metaphor for Revachol in the 30s, and also as a warning.
Okej. Wykrwie z landziarzy. Okej, świetnie. I czy teraz tutaj wszędzie możemy... Okej, moje zwiększone. Fajnie, fajnie. Toraczek ruszył. No dobra, no to będę mogli sobie pogadać z ludźmi. Sprawdźmy, co tam się na kuchni dzieje.
The man ponders his cooking utensils and gives you a little nod, acknowledging your presence. He looks up at you, then looks away quickly, shrugging and muttering something to himself. Shrugging is an international sign for, no, I don't know what's behind that door.
Kurwa, to może spróbujmy, może dzisiaj coś.
You see a heavy steel, the old kobold, the door does not budge.
Gorzej. I dobra. Zobaczcie, z ślina. Planie na umór nadchodzę. Bogu. Co, olewamy ich, nie? Pogadamy z nimi później. Power move. Dobra, może teraz się uda spojrzeć, kurwa, na ślady. Ach, ta muzyczka.
You see a set of tire tracks in the
Dobra, nie
ground.
możemy. Dobra, porozmawiajmy, kurwa, z potworem. Możemy sprawdzić, czy to otworzyć?
This orange machine is dead still. You slip your fingers under the frozen lid, but the ice is too cold for you to get a... No. This is going to need something else. Some kind of... If you want to try again, then you need to have the...
Equip the pry bar by going to the Tools tab in your inventory.
Okej. Ciekawostka, czy to się uda.
This orange machine is dead still. It has a hand-cranked ice cream churner and...
Pogadajmy ze stworzeniem. O, zielono. Miejscowości takich wielościennych, kolorowych, są ich setki. Może z igrykami została przerobiona, tak blisko 1000 kości. Dobra, pogadajmy.
Hello, I'm Nia. Did you try knocking on my window? I must have missed you. I've been listening to my Melius. So what kind of die are you looking for?
Could this be the malicious entity? Perhaps it's wise to go along with this masquerade.
Okay.
She's got a direct view to the backyard. You should interrogate her about the lynching.
Then how did you get inside? By the south entrance? You know what? It doesn't even matter. What matters is that you're finally here. Let's talk dice. Did
Okay.
you have something specific in mind?
Chyba nie bardzo.
Yes, Amelia is like a call-in station. You need a two-way radio to access one. That's why I have these.
Okay.
Mostly, they just teach you to swear in different languages. But some of the stations can be quite interesting. I'm a novelty dice maker. Tell me the name of your role-playing system and I'll make the die you need. That's why you're here, yes?
Okay.
Role-playing games? You know the one made by Fortress Accident. Does that count?
Okay.
Answers? How strange. These days people only come to me for dice and role-playing games. I'm not sure how helpful I'll be, but go ahead and ask.
This person means you, or no one else, absolutely no harm. She will answer freely and honestly.
Okay.
Nothing really. I didn't know him.
Who cares about the dead body? We might be dealing with a malignant entity here. The lieutenant looks at his notebook. Then, the woman under the large window.
Your window looks directly onto the courtyard. You're saying you didn't see or hear anything unusual last Sunday evening?
I'm sorry, detective, but as you know, I usually have my headphones on when I'm working. It shuts out most of the daily ruckus behind my window. It's an odd profession, making dice for people, but I like it, and I prefer doing this to sitting at home. I might have, but in this case, all I would have seen is my own reflection staring back from the darkness. It's really hard to make anything out in the yard when it's dark outside. Besides, I rarely get up to look out the window when I'm in the zone. Well, there's always something going on in the Whirling's backyard.
Okay.
During daytime, there are usually those kids. And lately, I've been seeing a lot of drunk workers hanging about. Must be because of the strike.
She's not sorry to disappoint you. Informing on someone in a murder investigation would intrude upon her focused existence.
Okay.
But I never saw anyone during that fateful Sunday night, I'm afraid.
She nods.
Anything else, officer?
Okay.
How did I become one? It was a business decision. I was a regular jeweler at first, but that's an unfocused field with too much competition. Some of my friends were role players. They asked me to make some polyhedral dice out of cobalt. That was my first order. I grew it from there. Not especially. I like working with rare materials and a steady pay. And role players as customers? They're nice people.
Okay.
She's thankful for the security they provide her.
We're inside the chimney of an old central furnace. It's strange, I know. But when I arrived here, all the other rooms were taken, so I had to build myself a makeshift home. Besides, I don't really have to pay any rent here, so that's a plus.
Plaisance was right. There's an entity living in the chimney. You should ask her about the curse.
Creative.
When she arrived here, there was no room anywhere else. She must have known the other businesses.
Okay.
More or less. Are you interested in anyone specific?
Rynków, maszyna, manekiny, mówienie zwierząt, wylęknami.
Fortress Accident, the radio game studio.
She liked them.
They were an interesting bunch. We talked about role-playing systems every now and then. Once, I even saw two of them get into fisticuffs over Wirral.
Okay.
They certainly took their work very seriously, even if they seemed to be chronically liberal with their schedules. The usual, they ran out of money and couldn't get the project done on time. Well, I did hear them talking at times. They seemed to believe they were historical individuals on some grand quest.
Okay.
Yes, but when the money started to run out, they just began to complain a lot about capitalism. You know, how the markets are rigged to keep out new businesses and so on. In the end, they just didn't get it done. They didn't have enough willpower to produce something truly historic and to show up to work on time. Not the wisest decision. You would have lost all your savings.
The result is 1 on a 20-sided die. The dice is black and filled with little silvery flakes, like snowfall.
Anything else? Yes, I think it was called Androgynous Orlando or something similar. They weren't a big hit around here. Turns out that working class men don't like genderless haircuts. They're scared of that word.
It's not about the haircut, it's about the confidence.
Oh.
Me neither. I just wanted off my face. It wasn't merely a gym, it was Artemitep's boxing club, a community project created to steer at-risk youth away from drugs and crime. A kind man from Zemsk. I heard he had some trouble with the law when he was younger, and that's why he wanted to start the gym, as his way of giving back. Kuno. Who's Kuno?
Kurwa.
Oh yes, you mean the kid with the sailor's mouth. Yes, I've heard him yelling profanities in the backyard. I think it would take more than a gym to help that kid. It didn't. If anything, it made the youth situation in Martinez even worse. At some point, someone started a rumor that the punching bag downstairs was full of amphetamines. Eventually, the coalition took away the funding and the club went bankrupt. This was a few years ago. It's gotten much more peaceful around the plaza ever since. Oh, this one's a mess. There used to be a company that promised to repair windows 24 hours a day. What could go wrong with? Turns out, the business was actually set up as a front for an illicit group that was producing snuff milias. Who would have guessed? And they never cleaned up the debris either. Now it's just littering the hallway and I have no idea how to get rid of it on my own. Yeah, don't. You mean Mr. Fabron, the taxidermist? No, he mostly just did drugs.
No, nieźle.
Anything else? There used to be a fashion atelier here, but I have forgotten the head designer's name. They were doing well for a couple of years, until the insect rights activists came. Yeah, the atelier didn't know it either. They produced a certain collection that used chitin among the materials. Apparently chitin is made in the Occident, where it's extracted from beetle wings. And you know how all kinds of political movements are big in the Occident. The activists shut down the biggest chitin supplier, which of course caused the price to skyrocket. And, naturally, all the most fashionable tastemakers refused to be seen in chitin from then on. The atelier went bankrupt before they could finish the collection. Actually, insects do have brains, but yes, I understand what you're saying. I think the protesters took it a little too far.
As she shifts around, you notice several dead flies on the windowsill in front of her, legs up.
Anything else? They were made by a company called Slipstream. After they pivoted from making rotor blades to skis, Their chief executive took off on a vacation with all their money.
No nieźle.
Honestly,
Ciekawe
I think it's
biznesy.
quite funny. I think he's still sending out holiday transmissions from Tulula or Tiumotiri or Hashkor or wherever he is. Sure, it's illegal, but it's not exactly anything extraordinary in business. Besides, Slipstream is history now. All their remaining assets got seized by the bailiffs in 47. I have no idea why those keys and blades are still lying around.
Przecież cholera to widzi, powiem szczerze, bo Cibi potem mi napisał, że troszeczkę skłamał i powiedział, że to jest chyba na 50 godzin, a nie 24, no ale zobaczymy, no. Na razie jestem niecałe 10 godzin, no za 5 minut będzie 10 godzin. Jestem prawie tam, gdzie byłem 15 na Switchu, więc zobaczymy, no.
Maybe you could make a sword out of one. No, wait, forget it. It would take too long.
Oh boy, the fabled Revo ICT. You're in for a treat here.
Okay.
The place was owned by two guys who had some rather innovative ideas about marketing. The bear was one of them. Now ask me about their other ideas.
Okay.
There was really just one. And it involved picking out the prettiest girls in the neighborhood and paying them 20 cents per hour to man the booth. And by man the booth, I mean slump behind the counter with a face that could maim you if you ever dared to disturb their bored magazine browsing.
Okay.
Sounds like she really didn't like those girls. Fritta does the same thing.
Taka dziewczyna wraz z tego kasjerka nie jest szczególnie miła. Oczywiście 20 centów za godzinę to żałosna płaca. Z godzin nagrody, bo jak inaczej radzi ludzi, które nie ma opinii na temat zatrudnienia nastolatek. O.
It didn't. Occasionally the girls had their friends over, which doubled the amount of hairspray, skin problems and mood swings behind the counter.
Okay.
And they already had the bear.
Co z niedźwiedziem?
The bear.
Nie udało się?
Of course not. The bear was terrifying. No one wants ice cream guarded by a hostile apex predator. To make matters worse, the fridge didn't work too well either, and half the ice cream came out malformed and partially melted. Eventually, Ravishell ICT lost the price war to its rival, Glace 5000. Glace 5000 sold caramel sundaes for only 5 cents apiece, out of regular fridges. The taxidermist who made it said it was his vision beast. He said he met his vision beast while high on desiccants. He called it Megatherion.
Why is everyone doing drugs in this place? Even the taxidermist?
Megatherion, a mega wild beast. It's an imaginary beast that guides you through life.
Okay.
By telling you to do more drugs, mostly.
The horrific necktie tightens around your neck, strangely excited. But it doesn't feel particularly fun this time around.
Understandable. You shouldn't do them. You're a police officer after all.
Dokładnie.
Anyway, now you know the story of the fallen ice cream empire. Anything else? Another failed business, perhaps? Oh, right. I hope you didn't try to ring me. I think none of those doorbells work, including mine. I'm still in the middle of connecting the wires. Sorry about the confusion.
The doorbell with the empty name card must belong to her then.
Okay. Oh.
It can't be true. They don't work here anymore. They've been gone for years. Are you sure it was Slipstream SEA? Was it a woman? Maybe it was Plaisance from the bookstore. Oh, right. But did this person say anything? Tricentennial Electrics? It used to be a major electric company 100 years ago. Are you sure it wasn't just some kids playing a prank on you?
No, it was something else. It was eerie. Whatever happened, keep your cool. It's probably better to admit that it was a harmless prank.
Okay.
Pranks can be eerie. Oh, the kids these days. We were just one of them, and now they're terrorizing us. That's right. I haven't even written my name there. As I said, it's quite useless right now. It doesn't work yet.
Okay.
You could say so. Both houses were built at the same time and under the East Delta Commerce Center project. That explains why you can call the whirling from the intercom, albeit I doubt that anyone responds.
If the whirling is part of the same building, then it's part of the Dune commercial area. The darkness of this place is there, too.
Right. It used to be a gaming arcade. This is an ancient failure, before my time. I'm not surprised, however. My advice? Don't base your business on a fad. Hypnotism, floriography, trick-track, especially pinball.
Agreed. Pinball is the worst.
Pinball is the
His
worst.
disdain for pinball could not be clearer.
Why would Slipstream SCA have a 100-year-old recording as their doorbell message? Doesn't make any sense. I'm still convinced it was nothing more than some elaborate prank.
My money is on electrical anomaly. I've heard of these, especially in an old building like this.
Sure, I'm listening. Good. I hope it clarified things a bit.
Okay.
What else? I've heard the stories, but I don't think those stories are true. It's just capitalism. We only hear about tales of success, so it's often surprising to realize how many ventures actually fail. Plaisance, the bookshop lady? I've heard that her business is doing rather well. Have the energy spared her somehow? All right, but it's not just the bookstore that's still up and running. What about the whirling in racks? Some people say it's part of the building complex. And then there is me.
Okay.
I've been here for 14 years, selling novelty dice to role-playing enthusiasts. Not exactly a million-real business idea, yet somehow I've survived despite the talk of malicious energies. Strange, isn't it? Malignant entity? What does that even mean? Some kind of sorceress? What about you, officer? Do you think I'm the malignant entity?
Time has come to face the source. Fear not, for the forces of the universe are supporting you in this psychic quest.
Is it now? I've always thought it's a rather mundane and boring place with no supernatural surprises in sight. Well, if you ever find a way to explain all those inconsistencies in the curse, let me know.
Plaisance is not going to like what you have to tell her.
Okay.
You feel nothing. If anything, it's uncomfortably warm in here. She has begun to idly clean one of her carving tools with a dirty kerchief. The tool's sharp edge shining in the light of her desk lamp.
Dobra, idziemy do szefowej. Tik, 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 tik. Mamy trochę leczenia, żeby spróbować. Coś może bardzo źle skończyć.
The barbell waits patiently on the floor, like a dog for its master.
No chuj. Fuck. Oła. Okej. Nie udało się.
You manage to hoist it off the ground, but the barbell feels wobbly and dangerous. Your hands slick with sweat. Turns out you're no beast, just an old man with bad form. See? See? This place is cursed.
Weightlifting was never my favorite either. At the station gym, I mean. I prefer running. It clears your head.
Okej. Chodźmy stąd. Chodźmy stąd. Chyba proszę.
What have you found? And also, do buy the books. There may be teachings in them. A novelty dice maker? Well, spit it out. Why does she need the dice? For some kind of sorcery? Sometimes they use the ankle bones of sheep. I don't understand. If it's not her, then where is the source of the doom?
She's squeezing on the pendant too tight. Just don't say you don't have any answer yet. That you've come this far, you know how to end it.
Okay.
There is an entity behind the entity.
A third order presence, yes.
A great dark relief washes over her.
I've heard of these triactors. In certain occult literature, that's too dark to dwell on for too long, and definitely not in public. I understand everything, sir. Thank you for your descending into the maelstrom. I will keep fort up here, strengthen the wards, do my best. And if you happen upon the third entity in your travels, may the Lord be with you.
Okay.
Well, this has been absolutely educational. If we happen on the third presence in our travels, we will certainly come back to tell you.
Yes, the venture continues. In other waters, darker waters.
Should we get out of here before the vortex collapses?
Okej. Będą dwa punkciki. Też na spokojnie, nie są jakieś niczego potrzebne za bardzo. Możemy sobie kupić ta mapa w końcu.
Several maps. The maps look old and faded. Your eye catches a map.
Always good to be informed of your surroundings.
The worn map features the patchwork grid of the streets of Martinez, with directions to appropriately touristy locations. Year 48 resides on the upper right corner. Your finger moves through the various streets, across Rue de Saint-Ghislain and Rue Saint-Sipar, over Saint-Brun and Martinez North, finally coming to a halt on the spot where you are currently standing, although the map gives no such indication itself.
For a more detailed view of the map, go to your journal and select the Map tab.
Okej. No i wszystko. I teraz to widzimy, gdzie to jest. Okej, teraz to ma sens. Nie wiem, nikt na śmieci? A, dobra, to jest... Strasznie to jest... Nie wiem, czemu to tak przeskakuje, kurwa. Nie mam pojęcia. Dobra, no na razie to niepotrzebne, okej. Tyk, odłóż mapę. Spoko, mapa jest. Można lecieć dalej. No, panki. Pani, okej. A, to tutaj było chyba o kakadu. To będzie tu. Witasz już. Nie, dobra, która?
Yes? Hello?
Yes.
Me? No one. I'm just a working class woman.
Okay.
She doesn't really want to be disturbed that much. If she's such a working-class woman, why isn't she working?
Not all the time. Right now I'm browsing books. Even a working class woman needs something to read. It is. I know you are. What with?
What with? A lot of things. For example, people tend to go missing.
My husband? No, he's not. I don't know. At home now? Out drinking with his friends? Working?
Where is this going, officer?
Okay.
Yes, but I don't really need to know where my husband is. Not all the time. No. Why are we still talking about this? I haven't lost my husband.
She has, though. The husband is totally lost. You should
Okay.
tell her that it's okay.
What? Who said anything about shame? Stop talking down to me. My husband is not missing.
But he is. You can feel it. Or maybe it's something else then.
O, kakadu.
I don't mean to disrespect, sir, but you are being a bit of a cockatoo here.
For what it's worth, I agree. But cockatoos can't be stopped when they get like this. It's better to indulge him at this point.
Nothing. Go read up on them if you're so interested.
Oh.
There's
Maybe you should. What if the cockatoo is your astral captain? Or your heraldic bird?
wonderful. The store is open.
Her hands move over the book covers. The tips of her fingers look rough, stained with yellow. It seems like she has spent a lot of time at work, smoking.
No, absolutely not. Are you a policeman or a nanny? They are not missing, sir.
You know where they are. They're at home, smoking. What if something horrible has happened? What if they're dead?
Nie no.
That's the bad.
I see.
The woman before you.
Dobra. Kakadu, to jest ważne. Dobra. Jan Chaos. No i... Ulus, radowe miasto, to się ważne. Okej. Potrzebuję książki o kakadu.
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to a book about cockatoos. There should be one upstairs, right next to the shelf of biographies.
Okej. O, jest.
A sulfur-crested cockatoo sits on the cover, its beak slightly open. It looks as if the bird is calling out the book title, From A to Zurich, a guide to a well-behaved cockatoo. Turns out that there are so many different cockatoo species, and they all have behavioral problems. You don't have behavioral problems. That's garbage. You're cool.
It's a must-have if you own a cockatoo. I've heard they're quite capricious.
Trzeba to kupić.
Oh, a nature enthusiast. Good choice. I knew it was a good idea to keep that around.
A cockatoo is a parrot with an erectile crest, found on the Seminine Islands and in southern Fas a la Mer. Known for their intelligence and general precociousness, cockatoos are popular birds in aviculture. However, they often exhibit various behavioral issues.
Okay.
This book talks about the delicate nature of toos, as well as introducing some of the most popular species among the bird enthusiasts. The funeral cockatoo, the major majestic cockatoo, and the most common bang bang cockatoo. It's colorfully illustrated. Where to even begin? All cockatoos are known for their needy natures, requiring attention for at least 2 full hours a day. They love to talk and have been described as lovable clowns who just don't know how to wrap up. Pet owners also report moodiness, loudness, and hostility as recurring issues. If left unsatisfied, cockatoos may scream non-stop, pluck their feathers, or become aggressive. It is not recommended to get a cockatoo if you're not able to cook them food every day and give them the full care that they need. These birds will never understand that you have a life of your own. You're right. Cockatoos are magnificent creatures. They love to perform, cuddle and show off, and will even scream for fun, often as loud as up to 135 decibels.
Okay.
This is a yellow-tailed black cockatoo. Its specific name, Psittacus venereus, relates to its dark and somber plumage. This bird looks as if dressed for a funeral, 24/7. There is something indisputably ominous about it.
Cool.
Perhaps the most impressive of all the species, the endangered major majestic cockatoo, is often described as the most flamboyant bird in the jungle. Its pink-colored wings and flowing crest embellishing its proud and bumptious nature. In the words of poet-explorer Sir James Fournier, few birds more enliven the monotonous hues of the verdant forest than this big, bold, and beautiful species. Despite its banging name, the bang-bang cockatoo is actually the shyest of the species, common in almost all Seminoese forests, as well as zoos and homes all over the world. Its plumage is mainly grey and white. The Seminoese name, bang-bang, is thought to be of onomatopoeic origins.
Okay.
Yes, but all those cockatoo species are so different. Which one are you?
Szara pospolita, nie, tylko że potrafi słuchać mojej duszy, czy tam kakadu to ciągam. Zjebadu. No nie jestem zjebadu. Ognisto czuba.
You're right. Your Majesty embodied. This big, beautiful bird belongs on your heraldry.
Yes.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye, making you squint. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. It's just what superstar law officers do. They squint at lights, and they solve shit. Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop, Dick Mullen. Salam Rocky Baye, badass on-the-edge disco cop. Time to recede into a ludicrous fantasy world. Here we go. Camera. Lights. Yeah, you know. Beneath it is just heartbreak, a pulmonary tract infection, atherosclerotic disease. This is where you say action and reconceptualize all that. Reinvent it as the world's first celebrity police officer. With a sudden flash, the world freezes around you, and you along with it. In an iconic monochrome solution, a black silhouette against a rasterized orange world. It's on.
Okay. Niczym super gwiazda. Czas na realizację godzina 10 minut. Dobra, jak to będzie absolutnie jasne. Nikt jesteś prawdziwą supergwiazdą, taką z grupy z kokainą za paleniem wątroby typu C. Są lwią pozą przy mikrofonie. Żaden się Lamon, żaden Dewey. Jesteś metaforyczną supergwiazdą. Drogą wcześniej pasuje do branży, w której ludzie się nie spodziewają albo jej nie chcą, do branży, w której dla niektórych nie ma dla niej miejsca. Branży służb porządkowych, jak najbardziej. Let's go. Mogę powiedzieć, jak Inka Kadu jestem? O,
Excuse me? I don't know. The most talkative one? The what now? You truly are one strange cop, aren't you?
okej.
The woman before.
Dobra, teraz nam się przyda zamiast latareczki. Przyda nam się woreczek. Jakoś zarobić na życie trzeba. Za mną jest ta piosenka. Co to? Samotny kormoran.
Just an ordinary walk.
Nic. O, to kto? W dupie to mam. O, to niezła dupa.
There. Working class drunk. You know what this means, right?
Sprawa rozwiązana.
Cracked it. All in a good day's work. What do you mean, what did I crack? Look at how working class that drunk is.
Okej, to mąż zaginiony.
Yes, and you found him. Now go and tell the working class woman. Protect and serve, recruit.
Nie.
Do marriages make any sense? Does honor? You're not a filthy philosopher.
To jest
Not
nocno.
honorable.
To nie będzie on.
Vigilance officer? What
Oh.
can this old carabiner? Yes. The terrain here provides an interesting variety to a familiar game. Yes. It was left by heavy artillery fire.
O chuj.
Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country, execute your supreme leadership, and turn your capital into a slaughterhouse. You use heavy ordnance to clean up your home. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We fought valiantly. Too valiantly. So valiantly we got licked. Should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs. We didn't though, and we lacked caliber. God bless him, but the suzerain's cannons simply weren't big enough.
Okej.
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Had to soften the gummies up first. Yes, the military coordinated amphibious landing to take back Revachol.
He finds your lack of historic knowledge troubling, a sign of mental deterioration in the preceding generations.
Okay.
Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are off in Stella Maris and the Delta.
Okay.
This here is Blood Ground, where coalition boots first made landfall and cleaned those rabid dogs out. Most likely, we're playing pétanque on their mangled corpses.
Blood ground. You got old René going there. Like he isn't hungry enough already.
Damn right, son. They laid the fire of hell on this city before they stormed it. And it worked, too. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but Martinez they keep as a monument. And now the Union Socialists are practically running the place.
Well, it's your own damn fault. You, we, the coalition, Revachol, whoever you want to blame. never finished the job. Officially, the party never surrendered. Of course, they still hold influence.
You don't even begin to truly understand the players at the table, let alone the specific circumstances surrounding the... What do you think?
Oh.
I'm just so damn sorry it had to be the coalition. After 8 years of fighting those hyenas, boiling cats for food and drinking piss in the mountains, I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol, or even if that damn clan Frissel had risen from the grave and led us. Sadly, that was not the case.
This royal failure weighs heavily on him.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world was wiped away, and now it's neon signs with toothpaste ads everywhere. Foreign influence peddling garbage and stupid music on the radio. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. Damn Frissel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabineers failed him, and the crown. He died in the hands of the Hyperlay, in a very public execution.
He slouches as he says that. It makes him smaller, admitting they left the king to the mob.
Okay.
A true king in both blood and mind led Revachol before Frissel. He would have been better, but the damn commies drove him into exile. The suzerain is the king! Has everyone forgotten already? They've forgotten already.
Soon, they will forget everything. Him too. Then he chooses anger.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. When we took our last stand against the filth and rode the cavalry straight into gunfire. It's a Belle McGrave, 4.46 caliber, breech loading, Revachol made. Good weapon, accurate and reliable.
His moves are quick and precise as he first checks the weapon, then aims it at the sea. This man knows firearms intimately.
This one's inoperable. The bolt spring is missing and the mechanism is jammed shut. Still a beauty. Where did you find her? I'm not surprised. There are probably lots of forgotten wartime weapons lying around here. Back in the day, everyone had something stashed away. As for the rifle, I don't know what else to tell you. These BM-446s are an antique. No one uses them anymore. The ammunition is impossible to find. Ah, yes! King Philip III on his steed. A reminder of what Revachol once was.
Oh, absolutely. At the mercy of a cocaine-snorting tyrant who emptied the treasury so he could sleep on a bed of gold.
A superpower, feared and respected. A testament to what this country can be under the leadership of a true king. Someone who knows how to rule. Decisively, without fear of offending the sensibilities of the frail and weak-minded among his subjects. This is something the insurgents never understood. You haven't lived as long as I have, son. With age, a man learns certain things about real power, or else ends up a spineless socialist rat, like Gaston here.
And the worst part of that, officer, is having to spend your days playing pétanque with an angry snake.
The Carabinier doesn't reply, but his entire being communicates unbreakable resolve. No one and nothing can change this man's mind. He is as rigid as they come, still in that antique uniform. It's a symbol for him.
Right.
Może damy radę.
All you observe is a veteran refusing to let go of the past and his old uniform.
This is the uniform of the Royal Carabiniers in service of Frissel I, Guillaume le Lion, and the valiant King Philip V.
Don't you mean Frissel the Fan?
You do not speak his name, Craven, although he was a clown. But he was our clown, ours to ridicule and to mourn.
There's something you missed. You will get to it.
pomnik jest to. O, może wrócić i jeszcze raz tam spróbować. Świetnie.
Officer, the mere sight of police in Martinez makes me feel safer already. Sure, officer. They are
Spoko.
the good guys around here.
Powoli dochodzę do
What do
tego
you
miejsca, gdzie już był na Switchu, więc za chwilę zaczną się w ogóle nowe rzeczy, nowe questy, to już całkiem będzie rozpęd. A tak, całkiem. A ty jak tam się czujesz? Okej. Znaczy nic więcej.
No, Oh, the goal is to throw you bull. As close to the cochonnet as you can. That's the cochonnet. Well, first, you draw a circle about a half a meter in diameter. We made ours out of rope. Then, the order of play is
Oh, cool.
determined by a coin toss.
No
You
to nie
win it.
wesoło.
You get to
Okay.
throw the cochonnet. Then, the players aim to throw their bulls as close to the cochonnet as possible. They must stay in the circle and keep both feet planted. I could, but I'd rather not. I don't want to take up your time with trivial details of you'll put that knowledge to good use in 50 years. I'm sure of that, officer.
I don't like where this is going, officer. Don't you think we should do something else now?
Okej. Pogadane. I... Ktoś znowu pojawił, czy ten tam stoi dalej? Nie stoi. Ja sobie wskoczył tu. I z nim pogadał o tych rzeczach w sklepie.
A typical Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor and table lamps. The light pole has been carefully cut, and the wiring has been redone and attached to a standard indoor plug. The light buzzes faintly, but persistently.
Yes, officer. As you see, it's in perfect working order.
His manner is casual, but his speech is careful, measured. He wants you to know that he has nothing to hide.
It was brought to me to be altered.
Celu modyfikacji, no nieźle.
We are not here to investigate the theft of city property. You have to admit it's rather clever what he's done with it.
700 real. A bargain, I dare say.
Jest 5. A ja robię streama 24 na H. Cześć Damian. A ty co robisz? Sensownie. Pewnie próbować. Dość drogo.
There's also the matter of rewiring, but the most important transformation is the light's placement among ordinary indoor fixtures, which has adjusted its morphological field. The light became suitable for use inside the home just a few days ago.
Ale na klasyku czy na retailu? Czy w ogóle na jakimś prywacie? Dobra, na razie nie interesuje mnie ta lampa.
The boomboxes on the shelf look well loved and well traveled. Chipped, dented, they stare at you with the unblinking eyes of their tape reels.
Tygodniówki na globalną. No wiesz, zawsze możesz zarabiać w grze.
One especially catches your eye. Deep gold and amber plastic with a big old handle on top. A classic boombox that says Stereo 8 approved. This is you. Golden orange. A sunset suite.
O, tu będzie Tequila Sunrise? Nie, to jeszcze chyba nie tu. Tak, coś tam chciałem wziąć.
Is the Harman Welshie W2, made in Vespa, designed in Seoul, plays all reel-to-reel formats, 2mm, 8mm, 12mm. It's even got a little radio in there. It'll set you back 12 real. If police work means playing tapes, sure, you can use it for that. Or any other time you'd need to play a tape.
Like a beach party, with sand and sun and seagulls dancing on the breeze.
Theoretically, yes, but we don't have time right now. It's generally murder investigation first, then beach party. That is the unofficial RCM motto, yes.
Hej, spraw, żeby Kim naprawdę ci zaufał. O kurde. O kurde. Takiego achievementu się nie spodziewałem. To pierwszy achievement w ogóle, jaki zdobyty został.
Absolutely. I've tested each one myself with recordings of speech, found sounds and music from a variety of genres. Even though I don't really like music.
Okej. Tu my mogli coś wyszukać, nie?
You see rows of toys. Try to find something pretty and cool here. Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse? A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say foul.
Okay.
Oh, that's the Headless Phone Rider. The Headless Phone Rider. It's an urban legend about a man who rides the streets of Revachol sporting a fawn tracksuit. As you see, he's missing his head. 50 cents. Bargain priced. I'll throw in the tiny cap too. I think he's looking for it, or something. That part of the story has many interpretations.
Yes. Buy something nice. This sounds off. You shouldn't trust this guy.
Bierę go. Bierę go.
Did I mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
That was a very smooth salesman's grin that almost comes off as earnest.
Okej. Pokamy go. Ciekawe zgodździstwa, jeśli nie swoim plastikowym byku. Pracy albo dumy. To jest też sławna czapka fan, na której stracił głowę. Głowy nie ma w komplecie. Okej.
Hello again. How can I help you?
Incydent z krawatem.
Traffic? I'm sorry, officer, but I don't drive. Now that I think about it, I do remember hearing a thunderous noise the other night. Some kind of powerful electric vortex hitting the shop and then moving on.
That sure narrows down our list of suspects.
Okay.
He shakes his head slowly.
Okay. Dobra, spróbujmy.
Feeling warm and enthralled by the movement of light, while the mind continues to race forward. Lucky bastard. He's probably on Parolidon. It's tough to come by on the street. A drug developed by the military to treat and prevent radiation sickness. It has psychedelic side effects, and it makes your eyes turn yellow.
Okay.
Why on earth? These are prescription. I can't really see without them.
There's a note of indignation in his voice. Those triangle patches on his vest, you have a feeling they mean something, like they're similar to the halogen rectangle on your jacket.
Okay.
I was with the emergency relief brigade, you know, after the People's Pile disaster. Had to take Parolidon for radiation sickness. That's what you were hinting at just now, wasn't it?
He's taking it for mental and emotional, not physical pain these days.
Okay.
The cleanup happened 15 years ago. I was young then. Later, my second aunt died. Left me this shack and all the assorted junk in it. So I came to Martinez. People told me don't go there. It's a shithole. I said, people, we just had a nuclear pile meltdown. I'm gonna get as far away from Forburg as I can. Still in the same city, but a bad idea. Some poor leftist built a particle decay generator in hopes of bringing affordable electricity to underserved communities. It malfunctioned. Radioactive waste everywhere. Probably some of it in you too.
Okay.
We were an all-volunteer force. Self-organized. Tried to help the fire brigades contain the spill. I lived by the river since I was a small boy. The Esperance. Didn't have the art to let it all go to shit without trying to do something to help out. There wasn't much the volunteer force could do, however. We wasted years in the river mud. Years getting sick. There's a reason why everyone's tried to forget any of it ever happened, and why no one has tried to repair or replace the pile. So much disappointment, and early deaths. Cancer mostly. And we knew all that was coming even as we were cleaning up as best we could. No one's. Everyone's.
So much bitterness.
A bunch of poor people built themselves a primitive nuclear reactor, hoping for the best. What do you think is going to happen?
No, nie najlepiej.
I like the theory more than the story. Outward movement, not vortices.
Yeah, you gotta get in on those vortices, my man.
Okej. Dobra. Na razie to tyle. Mhm. No. No. A, to mogę sprawdzić jeszcze raz.
An old monument stands in the middle of the traffic island, pointing toward the sea. It looks as if, even by the standards of the Philippian kings, old sumptuous Philip was known for his profligacy. Well, he blew through the whole national treasury, starting the decline of one of the penultimate century's greatest superpowers, the suzerain of Revachol. His own maladministration foreshadowed the fall of the monarchy. During the anti-centennial revolution, an end to his family line and the monarchy on the Insulindian Isola. Stories have it that he had his bedroom converted into a treasure chamber, where he stored unfathomable wealth. Krugerrands, bars of gold, ornate weaponry, armor, and various chalices. He called it the Sol Aurum. It was obscene. There were whispers he slept on a huge pile of gold-dipped feathers, like some obese dragon, instead of a bed, like a normal person.
The man certainly knew how to live.
Okej, wszystko może robić co chce. Bardzo.
But wait, you haven't even heard about his fabled cocaine addiction. You see, old Philippe wasn't just good at squandering the national treasury on gold and ceremonial weaponry, he was also a prodigious snorter of nose candy.
Okay.
That's what the revolutionaries said 150 years later, right before they emptied out the royal mausoleum and dumped His Majesty's mortal remains in the Insulindian Bay. Beneath the cold waters of the Insulindian Bay, thrown there by the revolutionaries after they cleaned out the royal mausoleum. The original was blown apart by communards, then further damaged during the landing of the coalition's airships during the turn-of-the-century revolution, when Martinez was leveled. Some years ago, a group of liberal, artistically inclined individuals, designers mostly, thought it would be ironic to restore the statue of the most wasteful ruler of Revachol in the poorest part of the city. The statue is supposed to capture the moment it was blown apart, like an instant frozen in time, a rare butterfly trapped in amber, floating on a sea of shit. People in Martinez tend to disagree, as do many prominent art critics and thought leaders with more nuanced social awareness than the young ironists. Philip III, the squanderer, however, with his bronze face up in the air, doesn't seem concerned about what the hoi polloi think of him in death.
Okej. Ciekawostka. Babcia będzie pogadać?
The woman still has her eyes fixed.
Okej. Babcia zlagowano dalej. Też bez poruszenia. Lasia w sklepie ma coś innego do powiedzenia.
Is this about the questions again?
Oh.
Because I don't really know anything. A warehouse? I don't know. Maybe. I don't really care what Frit does.
She looks up from under her brow.
Fine. Frit doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
Okay.
Reality? You mean, what reality? Economic reality, or...? I don't know. What about it? We're in Frit? As mankind, or as a nation, or...
Ludzkość.
In a good place?
Okay.
I mean, science is doing great, and this radio computer thing seems to be kinda big. I don't know. I don't know. Look at the clock. It's right behind you on the wall.
The clock shows the time at 10:09. The hands seem to be still.
Okay.
It's apparent the clock doesn't work.
When ordinary people take over the government and demand democracy. Yeah, it happened like 50 years ago or so. Sorry, I'm not very good at this. At history, I mean.
Our government?
Or do you mean something else? Sorry, I really need to finish this article.
Okay.
Cool.
Pogadamy. Coś mamy do poruszenia. O, lustro wróciło. Z chęcią wypróbuję lustro. No nie wiem, jestem książką, mogę już wszystko. Co my mogli, to my zrobili.
A cockatoo is this book talks about the...
Dziwne, że on się dalej wyświetla, ale chuj. Chyba, że chodzi o to, że mogliśmy ukraść lustro. Pyk, spojrzymy w lustro, a potem pogadamy z tymi tutaj, kurde, rzezimieszkami. No to butelkę możemy... O, świetnie, to jest dużo butelek.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying in the corner. But it's all just too morbid to ignore.
Okay.
No problem, officer.
Okej. Dobrze. Gdzie je wziąć? Jest jeszcze coś? Chcesz się zgarnąć? Dobra, ustaw.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. It's barely covered in steam anymore. It's your face in the mirror, adorned with the expression.
Czemu jest zablokowane, jak pokazuje na mapie, że odblokowane? A, kurwa, to logowanie tutaj jest... Aha, i nagle nie jest białe. No nieźle. No nieźle. Więc butelek tu nie ma. Wygląda jak butelka, ale nie da się kliknąć. Tutaj się nie da zebrać. Też to wygląda jak butelki, ale też się nie da kliknąć. No trzeba nic nie było, nie? No to pisaczko pokazuje. Dobra. Weźmy coś do rączki. Sprawi, że będziemy lepiej działać z nimi. Latara, świecimy im po oczach normalnie, taką.
Let me handle this.
Okay.
You seem a little different today. Less hospitable.
You are far from home, Lieutenant. This isn't a district known for its love of self-proclaimed militiamen.
Okay.
Not a muscle moves in her face, but her eyes trace yours, stern and perceptive.
You are looking for Titus Hardy, who you think has information on a murder the RCM is investigating. You want to interview him. That's Titus. Talk to him, but know this. I'll be keeping an eye on you. No strong arming, nothing official. The District of Martinez does not recognize your authority to make arrests.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our authority. We will make an arrest if we have.
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
Okay.
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just dock workers.
So you were spying on us, and now you represent murder suspects. Just dock workers.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob, enforcing the unlawful privatization of Revachol. 20 fat men in the Occident are stealing it all, and you're their bodyguards.
Fuck yeah.
Okay.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders.
Mhm.
Let's. Obviously, I'm a lawyer, a legal counselor for the Dock Workers Union. I would urge you to consider what you say to my clients.
Okay.
What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test your authority. In Martinez, you are no one.
Okay. O, pieniążki. I money.
This is where you say your bit.
Okay.
Detective.
Precinct 57's finest scans the room, leaving the speaking to you. He trusts you. Maybe against his better judgment, but he does.
Hey, dipshit. You hard of hearing or something? The boss man's talking to you.
What, is he fucking kidding? This guy high or something?
Hey, asshole, up here. We're talking to you.
We're looking for Titus Hardy.
Okay.
Wow. The RCM sent us some big dick cops.
Real big dick cops. Look at them. Reckless. Swinging in the wind.
Yeah, look at the big dick on that cop. Can't tell a dick that big what to do.
Must be something in the water in Jamrock.
Okay.
Yeah, gave him real nice big dicks.
Yeah.
You might want to start asking your questions now.
These guys are so macho, they're ready to confess to first-degree murder. Ask if it was them.
No. I's here. You got business with my boys. You got business with me.
Okay.
The boys are too eager to please him to keep their mouths shut. You're gonna get a good head count here. Just wait.
Yeah. You fuck with the Hardy boys, you fuck with Titus Hardy.
Relax, Dennis. No one is fucking you yet.
Yeah, Dennis, calm down. No one's fucking you, you stupid fuck.
Let Dennis enjoy his fucking, man. We don't mind.
Yeah, you're not even being fucked, Dennis.
Easy, fellas. We got company. Let's see what brings the cop around.
Too late. You already scanned the room. You got a pretty good picture. Good. You could take another look at the tracks in the yard, on the crime scene. See if they fit this bunch.
Okay. Nie, to nie oni.
So, you're not just here to swing your big dick. You're here for the pretty boy. A real looker, that one. Stinks like shit, too.
They couldn't get him down, boss. He's still up there, stinking up the place.
Funny. But my partner and I have a serious matter to discuss with you.
Okay.
Container belt, like we use in the harbor? Because we took it from the harbor where we work. Then we went out back and used it to hang him. We did this together, all of us, until he was dead. That's why there's a container belt around his neck.
There's a catch hidden somewhere. He didn't confess so that you could take them all away. It's too simple.
Okay.
There is no catch. These 7 honest men have all equally come forth to tell you what happened, so that you don't waste any more of your time.
Okay.
You don't have to answer any of his questions.
I know, Lizzie. Relax. We killed him last Sunday night. Seemed like a good way to end the week.
Known him? We don't associate with scum like that, asshole.
Yeah! Who do you think we are?
Quiet. He came around about 3 weeks ago when that Pines cow first sailed into town. Happy?
By the Pines cow, you mean Joyce Messier? The representative for White Pines? The same company you're striking against?
No. I mean the Pines cow. The stupid-ass cow they sent in to fuck us over. But you know what?
Why don't you ask her about the pretty boy? I'm sure she has interesting things to say when you ask her hard enough.
That's enough insinuation for today, Titus. Officer,
Okay.
your interview is drawing to an end. Don't waste your last questions.
We hanged him up by his neck until he got real still. Wasn't that obvious, Copper?
Didn't they teach you anything at the cop school?
Can you give us a few more details? Did you muffle him? We haven't heard any reports of screams.
Titus, you don't have to...
We overpowered him, dragged his unconscious body to the tree, put a noose around his neck, and hanged him till he was dead and...
Then we left him for seagulls, maggots, and you fucks.
Czy ktoś nie śpi? Ktoś tu jest? Ktoś jest na czacie? Przydałby się buścik. Wszyscy śpią. Kurczę, u niektórych działało na telefonie. No ale dobra, no nic. No to jest ciekawe.
Right fucking here. The fucker pranced in here like he owns the place. Got what was coming to him.
Nie wiem. Ci kto tam wczoraj tłumaczył, jak to tam zrobić, ale nie widział sam tego, jak to na telefonie wygląda.
With numbers, asshole. How do you think? You're right.
No, he hasn't. Not yet.
Okay, dobra, wala. Może się uda. 58%. Jest duża szansa.
Actually, they're admirably, surprisingly composed. The entire room. Given how many questions you've lobbed their way. Well, this one. But he's always fidgeting, so don't get your hopes up.
Like what, Copper?
Are you deaf? There will be no singling anyone out. You can't arrest a Hardy Boy without arresting all Hardy Boys. Do you think you could do that? Do you think you could arrest them all?
Who do you fucking think does?
It wasn't a question, dickwad. How fucking stupid are you?
This asshole is worse than... Titus runs the Hardy Boys, genius. That's why we're called the Hardy Boys. Ain't that right, fellas?
I think you got your answer.
Yes, there are some administrative differences. But on that night, they all acted as one man.
Okay.
How many people have you sent to the Shays? Ever felt remorse for them?
Or send them to Reunion to rot. For 20 years. For life.
Rest assured, lawman. None worse than our guy. He got what was coming to him. Why? 'Cause he was worthless mercenary scum. And he stepped out alive in my town. And he stepped out of line.
What kind of mercenary?
The kind that shows up when you start a strike. The experienced kind, too. Had Kohoy and Semenine written all over him. Ex-Oranese Special Forces.
A live grenade, right here in our bar.
This one has a special gripe with him coming here.
I can't prove it, but I know he was sent by the Wild Pines. They hire merc shit like that. Story of every strike from here to Samara. Wrong. He harassed women, raped one, harassed workers, threatened to kill some as a warning.
There's a slight unease in him suddenly. He regrets mentioning the rape.
Okay.
To kill us all, if we don't open the gates, if we don't let the scabs in, if we don't bend over. And that was before he started coming here.
Yeah, he said it was his favorite joint now. Started to come in here every night. Drinking, grabbing girls. Grabbed one of ours mid-karaoke, right there on the stage.
He grabbed someone?
Yeah, this girl's on the mic. A beautiful girl, young. Gets into the second verse of Lover Lake. The fucker grabs her legs, starts screaming. Show me your cunt! Why don't you show me your cunt? Then, he gets knocked on the head with a wine bottle. Doesn't even fall down.
Aren't you fucking listening? My man is talking to you. He took care of it. They got the girl out before anything else could happen.
Yeah, me and Eugene got around. Aren't you fucking listening?
No, you're not getting the name. That's a Martinez matter. And I'm not discussing it with you clowns.
Despite the stonewalling, you can slip one more question in.
Titus, do not answer.
Fuck off, Carl. She's gone through enough without you harassing her too. She doesn't need more embarrassment.
What are you talking about? Embarrassment? If someone has been sexual...
What you need is to get the fuck out of my face. I've had enough of explaining myself to you fucks. He's dead. It's done.
As you can see, these men can only take so much baseless scrutiny. I'm doing my best to keep the situation civil, but...
It's true. She was the only thing holding him back.
Okay.
Yeah, lawman. Why don't you?
Not in the arresting mood?
By your side, the lieutenant keeps his hand away from his holster. You hear the nylon of his coat easy. Walk back from the provocation. They're armed, and they outnumber us. While the little rat-faced man reaches into his sleeve, there's a knife in there. Some of the others reach for their belts. Their eyes are light.
Okay.
Wise move. You made the right choice there. Now make another one and get the...
Nothing. Your investigation here is done. Leave Martinez, go back to your stations where you belong.
I think we're going to stick around, thanks. Some things don't add up here, Titus. I've done this job for long enough to know that people don't just confess to first-degree murder, even if it is a group responsibility. We're going to look into this.
Good luck with that. You've heard everything a rent-a-cop is gonna hear from us. Real law officials. You're lucky you didn't get a beating.
Rent-a-cop? So that's what this is about. He doesn't see you as his equals. Forget about their games. You've mapped out the characters. Reading the footprints in the yard should be easier now.
Czemu by nie zaryzykować?
Establish authority. Yes. Authority. Feverish thoughts race through your mind. Did you already try the gun thing? I hear the gun thing is excellent, and as you're probably right, the others are only there for filler, to make the gun thing pop.
Stop shitting your pants. You don't need to know, all right? We took care of it. The law handled it.
Yeah. Aren't you listening? It's done. Finito.
What? Now you're in some kind of personal crisis right in front of us? Take this esoteric shit out of my bar.
I assure you, there is no crisis. We had quit.
There is little left to salvage. Did I not tell you? Some kind of superstar. They say the world isn't ready for a rock and roll cop. No one wants their state monopoly on violence to be mixed with celebrity worship. They claim to know it would be dangerous for detectives to rise to the ranks of demigods and have sexual encounters with barely legal cover girls. It would be insane, they say. To all this, you say, fuck off and die, in a cool voice. You people have no idea how good these cops are gonna get. They're gonna crack 20 cases a day. In the future, cops will be like astrophysicists, or prime ministers, or prophets. And you're the first one.
Okej, wyobraźam, tylko zagranie Neptune 6, wtywanie 6. Okej, ciekawe. Podoba się dla mnie. Środek worku. Okay. Zrobię nowe narzuty. Dobra, let's go.
There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. 8 pairs of boots have shuffled back and forth in the mud. Where else have we seen a gang of men in work boots? That's right, the hardy boys in the mess hall of Welling in rags. 1. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 46. Just like Titus was wearing in his booth. This is the big dick, Titus Hardy. The one with the bald cap on his head. Is it? They didn't even bother to change boots. Putting them on the scene is easy. Maybe even too easy. 2. Standard work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 44. Either the blonde muscular guy, Glenn, or the young guy with a plectrum around his neck. 3. Hobnailed work boot. Steel reinforced toes. Number 43. The inked banger, perhaps. 4. Standard work boot. Number 45 or 46. Theo, the old smoker. You think you even see a tiny fleck of cigarette ash inside the print. 5. Another standard work boot. Reinforced toes. Number 44. Same as before. Either the musician, Eugene, or the muscle-bound blonde, Glenn. 6. Light as air. Same make of boot, but number 41. Small like a rat, Shanky. Better late than never, detective. The whole world is dark and the tracks burn in it with strange beauty. 7. The glowing outline of a standard work boot. Number 46. The imprints are twice as deep as the others. The weight exceeds 200 kilograms. Fat Angus. Carrying something? 8. Another standard work boot. Number 44. There's an aberration in the pattern of the sole. The right sole is smoother, more worn. Curious. A missing 8th Hardy boy.
Okay.
7 sets of tracks, right? The Hardy Boys were here. That's all? Interesting. Then one of them seems to be missing. Anything else out of the ordinary? Interesting. Let's name it the Old Soul. I wouldn't be surprised if this was the missing Hardy Boy. Wonder who he is. Someone operating a workbench with a pedal? Like a joiner at the harbor? Or maybe a drummer?
He regrets it the moment he says it.
I don't know why I said that. We are not looking for a drummer. We are looking...
The lieutenant clearly appreciates the chance to clear up the drummer issue himself.
Perhaps it could be a driver. A driver would wear out the right shoe before the left. The accelerator is on the right. We should keep our eyes open around the traffic jam. See whether anyone strikes out as a potential suspect. Seems prudent, no? Mm-hmm.
Okay.
A week, maybe? 7 days would fit the time frame provided to us by the caller.
It is not impossible.
I pulled last week's forecast for coastal Havashol. 7 days below freezing. The day before, the day of his hanging, was the last warm day.
Correct again. Sub-zero temperatures would preserve the tracks in a good state. The commotion here could have taken place a week ago.
Okay.
Fuck, does Kuno care?
Zablokowano dalej.
Kuno doesn't.
To możemy zrobić jeszcze raz.
You see a set of tire track.
Coś się zablokowało. Bo tak się dziwnie to scrolluje. No dobrze.
Still here, stuck in this damn jam.
Nie.
A lorry stuck in the traffic.
Hola, wandering man. How can I help you?
Okay. Zero progresu. Czy tam to będę mógł sprawdzić jeszcze raz?
Last we saw, your race was being superseded by the cement.
Słabo.
Inconspicuous pile of the roofing material, Eternite.
Punkt do percepcji wzroku, aby odblokować. Okej, to się może przydać. Okej.
An inconspicuous pile of the because it's nice and orderly. Well-laid pallets, easy on the eyes. It reveals no secrets at this time.
Chujowo. Chujowo. Ale cóż. Prawie się udało. Prawie się udało. Dobra, będzie trzeba sprawdzić jeszcze raz potem.
An It's nothing. So
Sadgę. Gorsze jest to, że teraz tak za bardzo nie mamy z kim już pogadać. O.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more book?
Oh, that's Auntie Billy. She's nice if a bit distressed. No, sir. She's a working woman who comes to look at the books a lot. I think she is a bad husband. Not very nice or helpful.
Okay.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admit? Oh, not only have you found my address, you've discovered my biggest secret. I'm a coal miner.
she does have eyes that seem to be smeared with coal.
It doesn't have to do anything at all. Nothing does. Like me. Right now, I'm doing nothing at all. Does anyone in a city like this?
If there's pain about any particular home she's lost, she's buried it deep, fortified herself against it.
Shoot, Piggy.
Okay. Okay. To się zmyło.
Give me a moment. I'm no one. Just an old woman who cleans it. If you can call it living. I have a little room upstairs right next to the coal room.
Okay.
It's barely bigger than a closet. But I don't complain, no. I have my bed and my aching bones to keep me company.
Co tego nie było, tak? Szczury, kurwa, to co? Usłyszał szczury. Skubaniec.
Hello again, officer.
Okay. Nic nowego. Musiałem przyjść wieczorem, to wiem, ale... Nic innego nie ma, nie? O, ten shitem. podejrzliwie. To nic.
Just an ordinary.
Też nic. No i w sumie o kostkach pogadać. Hasła dalej nie znamy.
Oh, it's you again. Are you looking for a dye? Of course. Tell me what you have in mind.
Nie to kość, chciałem powiedzieć sobie bardziej sobie kości, nie właściwie jaką chcę kostkę, oraz zwykłą kostkę, taką normalną, szukam czegoś, co może pomóc w pracy. O!
I think I have just the right one for you.
Police colors.
Not the most original, I know. But sometimes the obvious choice is obvious because here, catch. They're a gift from me.
O! Okej, złapmy je.
Mr.
Zajebiście.
Smooth moves. You snatch the dice out of the air with one hand, just like you're in a movie.
Oh, what are the odds? The red one is made of bloodstone with a lapis lazuli inlay, and the blue one is the inverse. I believe these dice are your lucky charm, officer.
She winked back at you. Can you believe it? You truly are Mr. Smooth Moves.
You definitely need luck in Martinez. Was
Okej. Kości mają kolor powiedzmy koguty, czerwona jest niebieska z azurytu, kiedy oczy może ci się wydawać, że pada. Uwaga, spójrz na zakładkę mapy w dzienniku, aby sprawdzić, które bilety są otwarte. O. Wchodzę na notatnik. Nie. Ciekawe. Ciekawe teraz. Ciekawa jakaś w ogóle opcja. Mega mamy. To. O. Teraz do niego nie możemy wrócić jako do... Ciekawe. A co ciekawe, że my już do niego nie możemy wrócić w taki sposób. Zdecydowanie jest otwarty. No nic, no nic. No.
Your flashlights, some of the writing has faded.
Nic z tego hasła nie ma, nie?
This old fire diagram for summoning.
Mogliby jeszcze odpiąć tę drugą lodówkę, ale to też nic nie da.
Only the red cable is an electric sizzle. The bear's eyes are dead and
Okay. Wszędzie. Możemy też jeszcze... Nie pogadamy. Coś?
The woman before.
No to możemy iść pogadać po prostu o wszystkim, co jest poza naszym śledztwem.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Not an umbrella, I hope. I don't need one myself, you see.
Okej, przydałem się.
Sadly, I need this one myself. It's hydrophobic, repels water, almost magically. The company makes them for offshore platform personnel. Very sturdy. What I can do for you is answer some questions. Nothing like talking to pass a rainy day. Why, yes I am. The boat? No. It is called Cordelati 19 because that's the type of sloop it is.
The word "it" feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name.
Okay. How about Cordelati 19? Why? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordelati, and its hull is 19 paces long. The X something. The X what? Very absurd. Thank you for the suggestion. I will stick with the factory name for now, but thank you. It's a pleasure craft. A 19 pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. Though these days I mainly use it for business. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the eel's hips, baby.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else are you supposed to get around?
There is a pinch of defensiveness in her voice, but it is playful.
Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou. We are, and the city of Revachol is on the island of Le Caillou. I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage either.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in the greater Revachol industrial harbor. It's not a toy.
Okay.
Neither is this. A toy, I mean. It's a machine for crossing long distances in the Bay of Revachol, between the city and the islands. Officer, I assure you I'm a highly qualified pleasure craft operator.
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain, white as the boat's hull as she smiles. Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act, a law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Good. What we do. I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole. It's a giant undertaking. The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal. Another subdivision deals with energy, oil and gas exploration, offshore platforms.
She enjoys talking about the company. It would not hurt to inquire more.
I'm not at liberty to discuss the company balance sheet, but I can tell you that last year, the company booked more than 20 billion real in revenue.
A billion?
It's a number, officer. It's made of 1,000 millions. A million is made of 1,000 thousands. 20 billion is a large number, but the conglomerate employs 72,000 people. They all need to be paid. Then there are capital improvements, interest payments. A conglomerate the size of the Wild Pines is like a shark. If it stops moving, it will die. Then they started as an exploration and cargo fleet conducting trade between the Samaran and Insulindian Isolas 250 years ago, when pine ships explored the South Seminese and charted Lomantang on behalf of the suzerain. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels pass through the great unrest to re-emerge with apricots in tow. The logic of the system is totalizing. It's taken everything from its employees to build it. You mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners, who are responsible for moving 8% of the world's cargo?
She nods.
This reality.
The aim is to gain a deeper understanding.
A sort of spiritual quest. Something of ancient Ilmaran origin.
You will find him a big fan of the ancient ways. It's part of his condition.
Nothing wrong with ancient ways. Our modern ones aren't necessarily better. Ask away, officer.
All right. We're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
We're in Martinez, baby. A casual term of endearment popular among the 50-plus crowd. It's a disco holdover, pay it no heed. Aren't we all? Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district tucked away near the industrial harbour. North of the 881 and Jamrock. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. Forgotten even. Shelled to smithereens during the Revolution. It has its charms, just not this time of year. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before, as a teenager. Not a lot has changed. There are ruins, a terminal, fishing boats, reeds, boys with boxy shoulders.
A brief spike of longing in her upright body. The dots under her eyelids shake.
This place used to be a province. A workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its work. The reeds are the real star of the show here now. The further down the coast, the wilder it gets. Yes, I was slumming it with some girlfriends of mine. We had boats and... Don't hold it against me. The boys certainly did not. It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean. Yes, we're on an island in an ocean. The world's largest body of water, the Insulindic.
Vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sun.
Caillou, as you already know. Imagine a pebble. A smoothed over pebble amidst a great blue sea. Misshapen, cracked. The cracks are the River Esperance. We're in the delta of this river on the 6th branch, the Martinez distributary.
It is clear this pebble is of enormous value to her.
Revachol? Revachol is what you call a city. The great kind.
As if it's self-explanatory, beyond patriotism, a fact.
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries. The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Semenine and Ile Marat, depending on your creed. The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from in the DeLorean century. 380 years ago. They say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. The tensions are highest, the fault lines deepest. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. The stuff of men. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people in the middle of the Insulindic Ocean, the world's connective tissue. It's where the money is. Oh, we're quite a way off. About...
A collection of tall ghosts behind the water vapor, light reflecting off their glass windows.
22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the bank of the world building. The bottom floors are Insiacom. Coalition government, Insulindian Mission Command.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. It's as though you're seeing it for the first time.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
Realnie nie.
This is one thought you need to complete. Where are you?
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember something about a lowdown.
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sure my memory-impaired partner has many more questions to ask, about even more fundamental aspects of Might I suggest not asking them all right now? Madame Messier will be here later too, and...
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
Of course not. You are already diligent for getting this far, and diligent boys remember where they left off.
Indeed. I'm always at your service.
Okay.
Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Anything else? Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. First, you'd have to repeal the Emergencies Act of Trade in Aliments. That gives me the right to silence. It's quite the octopus. Good luck is only kept in place by the vested interests of half the civilized world, including your own.
What the ma'am means is that the Emergencies Act and the RCM both get their authority from the coalition government.
But I am derailing us. You wanted to know about the strike. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The union stopped all negotiations a week ago, after that awful lynching took place.
Wait. She just admitted that the lynching and the strike are connected.
Now they won't even let me into the harbor. There's a 2-meter-20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. Yes, Jean-Luc Measurehead. Yes, I believe there is a connection, but that's a subject for later.
She's resolute in this, yet you sense that she wants to tell you. You'll have to earn her trust first.
Let's say I was not making the kind of progress I'd hoped for when I first arrived.
And when did you first arrive?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February. The bay was still partially frozen then. I prefer to do these things on site, like the RCM.
But the strike began in December.
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare refused to speak with Gaumont despite concessions he'd granted the union in prior negotiations.
This isn't the first time the union has gone on strike?
Heavens no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions, including overtime pay and a medical plan. This time their demands are more, I guess you could say, aggressive. Mr. Clare told him to... how did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is
Okay.
short of stature, you see. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked with before, and who was more than fair with him and the union. There are leaflets everywhere, and banners. What did they say again? Oh yes. Every worker, a member of the board.
She nods.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of Jamrock come to plead for work where the union refuses to?
Don't let her answer it herself.
Okay.
If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share it with you. Not right now, at least.
Okay.
Everard Clare is a man of the utmost integrity. If you can say one thing about him, it's that he always puts the interests of the workers first. Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood.
If you were to prick him with something sharp, you could see it oozing out. A knife, maybe? No, a rapier.
He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. If there is anyone more venal, more irredeemably nepotistic, then it's his twin brother, Edgar. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does, and when one's term as foreman is up, the other takes over. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, they've embezzled God knows how much of their workers' dues. The Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not have been easy to establish under the Emergency Act, but they did it. I can respect that. Organised labour at its best, as they say. Then something happened in the local chapter elections. The brothers Clare came and transformed it into a... how do you say?
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be, I suspect we'll be forced to cooperate with them.
Refreshingly honest, officer. The company has tried appeasing in the past, but I'm afraid our concessions have only emboldened Everard and his brother. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Which, of course, officer. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous forewoman of the union. She disappeared.
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore, or coming to work. Ever.
This forewoman, her name?
Sadly, the company records do not even give a name. She's just forewoman in private correspondence, Holly. I don't even know if it's a sir or given name, and I don't have access to the union's files.
Okay.
Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was a union matter. The point of the presentation is, these kinds of things happen around the Clares. Watch out when you're dealing with him.
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Of course. How else can I help?
Okej, no tyle. Zrozumienie rzeczywistości. Okej, też trzeba poczekać. Się pojawiła nowa myśl. Będzie jakieś nowe... Właśnie to jest kurde niezrozumiałe z tymi questami. Gości. Teraz chyba nie są napisane tak. Jak przejdziemy na przykład do Półnoton.
Fuck does Kuno care?
Do empatii to jeszcze po prostu okej. Czyli ja taki Z działał.
Yeah? The kingdom of Kuno? The fuck do you want with it? That's just some shit roofing gimps left behind, lazy dinks.
There it is. That strange feeling again.
Okay.
As if there was more than meets the eye about that pile of roofing material.
Inner eye! Fuck are you talking about? Ask me a normal
They're trying to make you feel
You glance again at the roofing material in front of the shack. Yes, you should go back there.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. The fuck about it? Kuno doesn't give a shit about the armor. Kuno's fuck gimp's got one big thing wrong with him. He's a fucking mutant. Look at him. Fucking growth hormone shit. He's a giant. The armor's too big for any man. Kuno doesn't give a shit about that freak armor. Kuno threw that shit away. Kuno tried to get the helmet on. It was too big. Kuno kicked that shit in the sea, rugby style. That shit means nothing to Kuno. Yeah? That shit means nothing to Kuno. Kuno doesn't give a shit about material shit. Kuno's a fucking monk. You wanna fuck on someone about that armor? Go fuck the mustached union fuck. The jolly troubadour shit at the gate.
Okay.
Yeah, cock and boot. You know that jolly union cow fucker? Came around talking about cows or some shit? Came around pretending like he cares about cows?
He means Manana, the laid-back striker at the gates.
Yeah, he's the one you want to talk to. He's fucking crazy about that armor shit. Coming here pretending like he likes cows. Trying to catch a peep at Kuno's armor.
Yes, this troubadour has it. You can feel it.
Okay.
Fuck are you talking about? What is this contusion shit?
He says you're stupid, Kuno. They want to make you stupid again.
Words are fucking shit. Make you stupid. Kuno's got his own words now. Kuno words. Fuck are you talking?
He says you're stupid, Kuno.
Oh, did Kuno make your shit sniffing harder? Obstruction of shit sniffing. This is Kuno's kingdom. Kuno fucking rules here.
You hear the lieutenant hum. He's thinking the kid has amassed quite the vocabulary of law enforcement terms, but he's not going to stick his nose into this.
Me and my partner are wondering, do you guys puff Peter?
Kuno erupts into laughter, pointing his finger at you. Then Kim, an unfortunate choice of words, the lieutenant from Precinct 57 thinks. He looks at the harbour walls looming overhead. He could use a cigarette right about now.
You're testing Kuno's patience? Get lost!
Okej.
Kuno doesn't fuck.
Mogę jeszcze raz to zrobić.
An inconspicuous pile of
No
the
musisz
lucid
zaraz kurwa
material
udać.
Eternite. Because there's a secret door hidden behind the panels of Eternite. That's why they're too... There it is. You see a shabby little door.
Yeah, let's go.
What is this then? A tool shed? Let's investigate.
Be still, my beating heart. It's amphetamine. Sweet amphetamine. The lieutenant isn't studying the powder in the mirror. He's studying you.
Perhaps not. This is below our pay grade, detective. However, see that ladder there? It's probably another way into the industrial harbor, no? A secret path the local kids use.
Okej. Słyszona głowa świni. O, pocztówka. Szemrana dzielnica mieszkalna nieopodal Jamrock. 13-piętrowe budynki stoją na wzgórzu niczym sarkofagi, za nich zaś złowieszo, znaczy mgła. Końcówka lat dobrobytów. 39 projekt zakończył się katastrofą. Stopnie gnębione kwiatami, żółtaczką typ bez lamp. Okej, tego możemy iść wypytać. Tu mamy punkcik, ale na razie go nie używamy.
Looks like someone left his tarpaulin cloak hanging on the railing here.
Jak to się działo? No... Porażki, 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 porażki. Te porażki będzie biegało. Co panu będę mówić, kurwa? Ale pierwszy dzień za nami. Pierwszy dzień za nami. Czy coś nam się fajnego udało? Chyba nie. Chyba nie. Chyba... Nie, no tragedia. Tragedia.
Man down. A trooper has been left.
Ale to progres jakiś jest zrobiony, nie? Kilka rzeczy nam się kurwa udało, wiesz, odkuć, nie?
You could swear it's more of an instinct than an actual sight, but you know there's the RCM signature rectangle on the cloak. It's a cop's cloak.
Okay.
Yes, it's probably yours. It bears the RCM insignia, and you have a habit of being careless with your equipment. You could probably make the jump. You look like you've done some track and field in your day.
The wind is aggressive up here. The lieutenant looks at the enormous crane towering in the distance over the container yard. The look in his eyes is a mix of the engineer-like interest and the wonder of a 6-year-old seeing a horse for the first time. That machine is a Kowalsund 1020 HK.
O, skurwysyn. Ale wielki żura. O, skurwysyn. Ale już wiemy, jakim kakadu jesteśmy. O, to ważne, to ważne.
Is it? Qualzone makes a lot of heavy equipment, but this is phenomenal, even for them.
Tak, tym najbardziej strokatym, kurwa, czerwonoczubym. Oczywiście, że tak.
But I digress. We were focusing on your cloak here.
Okej.
I was under the assumption we could ask the leader of
I
this
dostaliby pierwszego achievementa, kurwa, że kimną UFO.
right?
W randomowym dialogu to wyskoczyło.
Or it could be that we are just exploring.
He's thinking you've forgotten where you are again.
The cloak? I do think it's yours, yes. As to whether you should go for it? Well, it doesn't seem too dangerous. 2 meter stops.
Dobra, Cipi, jak już wstałeś...
I'll be right behind you.
Jak już wstałeś, Cipi, to troszkę motoryczki. Motoryczki troszkę. No to jeszcze awansik podpierdolił. Tak na wszelki. Jeszcze troszkę motoryczki od ciebie. Troszkę motoryczki, co? Aha, aha, no to dzięki Cipi. No to dzięki. Chłop se poszedł od komputera, jak go potrzebowałem. Jak się mi pokazało? Jak się mi pokazało, jak klikałem? Dobra, poczekamy 130 sekund. Co oni tu jeszcze porobili? O kryptydach my se posłuchali. No, co zrobili? Ja na fonie jestem. Aha. A notatnik ci działał? Działał ci notatnik? Działa, no to dziwne, że to ci nie wyskoczyło. Że jakoś tam nadusić musisz coś? Poczekaj, no poczekamy, zaraz zobaczymy. A, pieniądze my zdobyli w ogóle, o. Od baby na łódce wzięliśmy 100, tak o. 100 do kieszeni i dziękuję, do widzenia. Dostaliśmy kostki do gry za dara, bo złapaliśmy je w locie. Ready? Steady? Możemy klikać? No sprawdźmy, okej. Uwaga, klikam. Hop. Nie przeszło. chuj, jolo. S? S, kurwa, S. Rozjebane, rozjebane. Paweł Jumper.
As you leap in the air, a chilly breeze engulfs you, sharpening your senses.
Kiedy szybujesz w powietrzu, omawiając godny wiatr, wystarczy zmysł. Zamknij oczy, pozwól zmysłom chłonąć otaczający się świat. Kontynuuj swoją podróż w stronę powietrza. No, kontynuuj. Yes.
As the concrete floor welcomes you, you realize it's been a while since you felt so alive, alert, capable.
I knew you could do it. My climbing down might not have been as disco as your jump, but at least we can explore the harbor now.
O kurwa.
With your feet firmly planted on the concrete, the noise of the harbor rushes back in.
Ej, nie byłem tu. Tu jest całkowicie nowo. Ten skok mi się ani razu nie udał. Ja go kilka razy próbował, kurwa, na Switchu i ani razu mi się to nie udało. Policyjny płaszczyk. Zrobiłem Z, niemalże wodowy wiatroodporny, 3 dziury po kulach. Na plecach, ma rozstawione zabrałem po sekund. Okej, to jest... The Corps i dreszcze, a tu mamy konceptualizację. Dobra, weźmiemy to. Będziemy bardziej policjantem. I policjant. Full policjant mode. O kurwa, no nieźle. No to polecieliśmy. No to polecieliśmy. W końcu jakieś nowości. W końcu kurwa... Coś mnie będzie zaskakiwać w chuj. Chociaż na razie mnie zaskakują nawet rzeczy, które nie powinny mnie zaskakiwać. Okej, badamy to. O. Dobra, na pewno musimy sobie wziąć... No jeszcze nie jesteśmy aż tak bogaci. Latarka na razie nie jest potrzebna, tutaj bo jest jasno. Będziemy sobie butle zbierać. Właśnie tylko od chuja, jak widać. O. Żadnego Pilsnera. Kurwa kij. Proszę cię, podejdź sobie gdzieś w boczek. No chłop mi będzie przeszkadzać, no. Konkretne siano.
This is the night watchman's booth. The name on the door reads, René Arnaud.
Bogactwo czyć główne, tak jest.
It's okay to take a few minutes to yourself. Sit down and have a breather.
Okej. Nie.
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot up here.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. The cabinets are clean and their sparse contents meticulously organized. There's a framed photograph on the table.
Jedna rzecz mnie zastanawia. A! To on, okej. Okej. To nie ruszą mu zdjęcia. To nie ruszą mu zdjęcia.
Let's get going. The entire neighborhood can see us up here.
Usiądźcie, odpocznij? O, odpoczywa. Nie. Okej. Mi się coś tu wyświetliło. Dziwne. Czemu wziąłeś? Czemu wziąłeś? Przecież to dobry chłopak jest. Że na jakieś jego zdjęcia rodzinki będzie albo coś. Po co mu takie rzeczy brać?
All those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Someone partied really, really hard here. Well, they went through 6 bottles of potent Pilsner, 3 bottles of Commodore Red, and almost 4 packs of cigarettes. It must have been pretty hard.
Nie.
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you.
Nie znasz to ja, musimy pójść do fortuny.
Yes, this scene isn't exactly ripping with joy. Let's just move on.
Okej. Pójdźmy na dół. Sobie to zastanowię, nie wiem czy... Okej.
A rusting control panel with several knobs. 2 buttons marked Marche and Arrête are faded with use. It seems to control the large crane above. A container is attached to its hook block. Marche. On. Arrête. Off.
Okej. Będzie na razie nic klikać. Pieniążki, top. Widzisz? Ja okej, się zgadza. O. Dziwna cisza, wszystkie maszyny śpią. Stawka już śpi, najgorzej. Więcej siana. Wracamy do zerwania, okej. Zamknięte. Woń ropy. O, to chłop. Rośliny radosne, duszące, wypełne. Leo.
Container, I'll turn you nice and red. Container, put the logos on.
The accent is so thick, it's impossible not to notice he's Ubi, from the vanishing peninsula of Ubisund on Muindi.
Okay.
Container, used to be Wild Pines. Container, now belongs to Everard.
Okay. Cześć.
Everard, he looks after everyone. Huh? Well, hey there. How can I help you, mister?
The look in his deep blue eyes is as sincere as you've ever seen. Kind of makes you feel like an arsehole for no apparent reason.
I see you are not a union man, mister. Did you get lost? You're not one of them scabs, are you?
Co masz z tymi łami strajkami, ludzie?
I mean, I don't personally mind. Folks is just folks, you know, and folks gotta eat. Just some of the other guys don't look too kindly on the scabbing kind, if you know what I mean, mister.
Jesteś Ubi, prawda?
Oh, yes. Born and raised in Irish, mister. Mum had to leave my dad after he got a bit violent. Took us here to the new world. I was about 10 then. Too old to lose my accent then. People say us Ubis are up to all sorts of trouble with sheep and other animals and whatnot. I just want you to know there was never any of that where I come from. No, sir. Those are just nasty rumors.
Thank you for clarifying that, sir.
Oh, I'm just making some covers for them containers here. Yes, I am. So it's easier for the crane operators to spot them.
Okej. Walimy logikę, ostro.
The
Tak
containers
jest,
in the
kurwa.
yard are green in Wild Pine's livery, and the mountains rising behind Leo is all red in Union colors. It's like some red infection was spreading outwards from the container yard's core. There appear to be cisterns underneath the Union container covers.
Okej. Podażna praca, zmiany w stroju kim, love jest... Okej.
Yes, they are hiding it from the inside. All the red containers have the Debarders Union logo on them.
No, not really. Mr. Everett doesn't tell me all the big things. Says I go and tell them to everyone. Oh, I don't know, mister. They say it's some chemicals. Most of them have labels on them, I think.
Okej.
Oh, no trouble at all, mister. No trouble at all. Oh, most of the guys are down at the gates, keeping the scabs from coming in. We're on a strike. The whole union is. You don't have to work when you're on strike. Ha! We haven't worked for 2 months now.
So no one is working?
Not everyone is down there, of course. Mr. Everard is in his office, where he always is. And Jean-Luc is guarding the gate. But Titus and his boys got into some drunken trouble and Everard sent them on a nice vacation. For a week or so.
Okej.
Oh, I'm not really supposed to talk about that. That's union business. Him and his boys stirred up something in town. Probably drank too much and got into a fight or something. I heard Mr. Everett telling them to take some time off.
Don't go all bad cop on this simple, friendly fellow.
Okej.
I guess the boys got a bit too rowdy and had to let out some steam. I don't really know the details. That's just how boys are, you know. I haven't been in a fight since I was in middle school.
Easy, Leo. Let's keep this on the hearties.
Okej. Okay.
I remember I was the runt of the class. The bigger boys always used to pick on me. You see, I had a bit of a temper back in the day. Flew off the handle like nobody's business. But Mr. Everett and his brother always came to help. Once they beat old Noel Becker so bad he needed stitches on his head. Noel never started another fight with anyone after this. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar are real nice guys, mister. You should go talk to Mr. Everett. I'm sure you'll be good friends. He's friends with everyone around here. Oh, most of the guys are down at the gate. We're on a strike.
So no one?
Not every... But Titus and his boys got into some drug... Oh, him and his...
Don't go all bad.
I guess the...
Easy, Leo. Let's keep...
Too late. Leo's mouth is still moving, and the words are spewing
A nie, dobrze.
Words, words, and look, now he's talking about some drunk sawmill owner
A nie.
who... No, he
okay.
already switched to a prized fishing rod he apparently owned at some point.
Okay.
You know what? Just...
Yes, yes. Everybody needs a job, and this is mine. I'm Leonard, by the way. Leonard Bellick. But everyone calls me Leo. I'm like Mr. Everett's right-hand man when Mr. Edgar is out of town. And Mr. Edgar's right-hand man when Mr. Everett is away. Actually, Miss Beaufort is the right-hand man, but she's a lady.
Who is this, Miss Beaufort?
A real pretty lady with a skin like those Douai Sucre candy bars my missus likes so much. Them are real nice to suckle on once the dinner is done and me and the missus sit down beside the radio.
Okay.
But I can't listen to the radio all the time. There's so much to do around here and I'm always busy keeping things running here. Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Alright.
Oh, Lizzie. She is a real sharp tool. Mr. Everett put her through some fancy school and everything, east of the river. 4 years she was gone, and when she came back, she was all fancy and lawyerly. But she's a real nice girl. Grew up in this here neighborhood. Knows everybody and gets along with everyone. Real pillar of the community one day, I'm sure.
For a fraction of a second, there's sadness in his eyes.
Okej, czyli ogrodniczka, adwokatka, łączymy fakty.
If me missus and me was to have a child, I'd be real happy if she turned out like her. But she can't have kids. Dr. Lemaitre said so, and she knows about such things. Been a doctor for almost 50 years, she has.
Yes, this place really seems to run like clockwork. Keep it up, Leo.
Well, thanks a lot. Coming from you, it means a lot, really. Sometimes I feel some of the guys don't really get how much I bust my ass for them here. But you guys are alright.
The white rectangle on your clothes might not mean an awful lot in Martinez, but the recognition from an authority figure made Leo's day.
Okej.
Oh, that one. That should be empty as far as I know. Lots of containers here have nothing in them. They're just waiting to be loaded up. Oh, you want Mr. Everett then? He's an awfully nice fellow, he is. Him and his brother are both nice fellows. They've lived their entire lives in this here neighborhood. Guys like Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar, his brother, are real good guys. Made Martinez what it is today. Mr. Everett and Mr. Edgar and I went to the same school we did when we were boys. Oh, Mr. Everett is where he always is. In his office, of course.
Okej.
Bye-bye now.
Konkretnie. Tu się przechodzi do biura już. Dobra, chyba idę sobie kawkę zrobić. To jest dobry pomysł. 7 rano. Tylko mu się pierdolę. Kilka ze dwóch na porozciąganie się, zrobienie kawusi. No, dobry pomysł, dobry pomysł. Lecimy dalej, bo tu teraz będą ciekawe rzeczy, trzeba się skupić. Tego już nie widziałem. Dobra, zaraz wracamy. jestem. Pik, 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 pik. Co? Stare rzeczy. Stare rzeczy. Dymi, ale nic się nie dymi, wszystko spokojnie. Słychać. Mosa, wciąż jeszcze letnia. Schody, ale grubas. Ale ryba. Dająca godzinę, o kurwa. Obie z całym biurkiem.
Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work, not the least bit surprised to see you.
Okay.
With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair, yet says nothing. He simply stares at you.
Okej, tam też grubo zaczynamy.
Welcome, Mr. Doba, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by.
O kurwa.
Please, have a seat.
Mówię, jak ja mam na nazwisko, jak ja jeszcze nawet nie wiem, jak ja mam na nazwisko.
I'm Everard Clare, head of the Debarders Union here in Martinez. I'd offer you my hand, but unfortunately my health prevents me from getting up. You understand?
Okay.
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny folding chair, on the other hand, looks like a torture device.
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, it can't be good, he thinks. I'll do my best. Forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? I'm getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Nie, z nim nie wchodźmy w taką kurwa dyskusję. Wolę stać.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse in a civilized manner, as equals. Take a seat. I insist.
Nie zwykle siadać, tak już mam.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man with strong convictions. I, too, have convictions. One of which is that I will not engage with any man who won't face me at eye level. Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume our conversation. But until then, I'm afraid I must ask you to leave.
Okay. You're no Titan affiliation, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down or leave.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world.
O kurwa.
It's violating your backside.
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Lawrence Gart. Some people have no manners, it pains me to say. This should take care of that nonsense.
O kurwa.
It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days and patch over your differences with a cafeteria manager. Go ahead, take it.
Wow, that's 25 real. That's good money.
O kurwa, 20. No ty jaja se robisz.
Okay, okay. I respect a man with principles. No handouts, then. Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun. Let me assure you, Union people are on it as we speak. I've got my best hounds looking for that lost gun.
His slug-like lips move, but all you hear is an echo. Lost gun, lost gun.
Chyba nie był dobry pomysł, żeby tu tak szybko przychodzić.
The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitational pull. Lost and gun.
Are you all right, Harry? You say you got this, but you seem a little anxious to me. Don't be. Everything's going to be all right. It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place. I just know it.
Jak na
I have a
początku.
feeling everything's going to be all right.
Jak na początku.
It was loaded. There were 2 bullets in it. You always keep at least 2 barrels loaded.
Kurwa mać. Wydali na telefonie. Fucking.
Officer, we will deal with this later.
Cześć Marcin.
We don't need Mr. Clare's help with this.
Nie oglądaj.
A wy nadal w disco? My 24 godziny w disco.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Nie będzie mi oglądał. Kurwa, muszę to rozchodzić. Co się stanie z moim życiem?
Kurwa.
Zbyszek nie będzie mi oglądał.
To się nie uda. Ja nie mam jakiegoś punktu awansu? Nie mam. Marcin, czy ty możesz nakładka? Czy tobie działa nakładka? Czy ty mi możesz pomóc? Jesteś na telefonie czy na kompie? O! A działa ci nakładka na streama? Widzisz po lewej tutaj taki nade mną taki ten notatnik do kliknięcia? Dobra, to ja teraz tu kliknę taką medytację i tam ci wyskoczą różne statystyki. I klikniesz tak, żeby dodać statystykę do motoryki, a odjąć obojętnie jaką. Bo musisz jedną dać na plus, a jedną na minus. Czyli dodasz mi do motoryki, a obojętnie co odejmiesz. I zagłosujesz, ok? Pomożesz mi. To uwaga, klikam za 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Poszło. Zajebiście, zajebiście, dzięki wielkie, kurwa. No i chuj, 2 jedynki.
Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you? You're about to cry because you lost your gun and those children are going to shoot themselves with it.
Dobra, spróbujemy zachować spokój.
Mr. Dubois, you don't look so good.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is he trying to prove? You need to calm the fuck down. Chill.
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry!
Nie daję krzesła grudka dżemu. Nie ma żadnych Harry, pozwolę sobie odpłynąć w bezpieczne miejsce. Dobra, chuj, odpalamy wariata.
While Everard is distracted by your odd behavior, the lieutenant's eyes are mapping everything around you. The folder, desk, papers on the wall.
Mr. Dubois, are you okay? Can I get you a glass of water or something? Are you having some kind of medical emergency?
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
W porządku, panie Doba. Nad głową nieokreślone gesty rękami. A tak, stary, jest zajebiście, zsuwaj się dalej. Właściwie to krzesło jest niewygodne. Przydałoby się ta szklanka wody, siedź prosto. Roztapiam się. Dobra, nie męczę was wyborami. Napiję się wody.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me, Harry. I don't even know what. As entertaining as it was, I'm afraid we're wasting our time. And I'm an extremely busy man, as I'm sure you are too.
Okay, enough. We are here to ask you some questions pertaining to a murder investigation.
Quick, here's your window.
Okay.
Get yourself together and ask him questions. Police officer question. It is about time to stop embarrassing yourself.
Okay.
Questions will help you regain some of your lost dignity.
Wszedłem, że pan Doba czemu? W końcu pomyślałem się z drzewa. Poznałem z zaginionej broni. Kurwa. No się wkurwił się w chuj, nie dziwię mu się. Chciałem porozmawiać o powieszeniu. Czułaś że sobie idę. No, trzeba ściągnąć to ciało. Kurwa, już chcemy w kropce. Dobra.
You might have noticed there's one hanging on a tree behind the hostel cafeteria.
Oh my. Don't take this question personally, but why would I get involved in this matter?
Mr. Clare, the man was hanged with a cargo belt. A steel-reinforced cargo belt. It's safe to assume the Union had something to do with the murder. Besides, getting the body down would benefit all of us. It's a stain on the neighborhood.
I can certainly see how having him up there might start affecting some real estate values. But of course, all joking aside, I am going to help you.
Okay.
Jean-Luc, my boy, I'm sending 2 police officers down. They have a dead body in a tree problem they need help with. Namely, they need it to be taken down.
O kurwa. Dzień dobry, Witusiu. No, dokładnie. Kurwa, jeszcze... ten Measurehead z nami pójdzie.
And Jean, please take it easy with the race science. That's a yes to getting the body down, no to the race science.
Okej, nie może być rasistą.
Find Jean-Luc down at the gates. He's the big impressive one. You know, tattoos, muscles, ethnic looking. Can't miss him. Great guy.
Znam go.
Oh, of course. That's your main thing here. That's why you're in Martinez. I know everything that goes on around here, and I would love to help you, like I'm helping you with the body. I mean, it's no secret that the lynching is connected to the strike. So much to talk about. Honestly, it's been weighing on me so heavily. I understand you need to interview me.
To było tajne zadanie w ogóle, ty. Okej. Ciekawe. Nie mów.
But there's a thing that's been keeping me up at night. I want to talk about the hanging. I mean, if we could just calmly talk, exchange information, we could blow this thing wide open.
Yes, that sounds good. Let's do that.
But I can't think straight with this thing weighing on me. You're police officers, aren't you? I have a crazy idea. You guys are basically door-opening machines, incredibly talented at opening doors. Oh, you're being too modest, my friend. But don't worry. This annoying thing I have is completely legal. I just need you to open a door.
The stars aligned into a cosmic frown here. He
Okay.
has your fate decided. Bide your time, however, and let the stars continue their course, and that frown shall turn into a smile. Only if you play along.
Okej.
Oh, no one's. It's just a weasel. A weasel lives there. Nothing for you to worry about. A loud blabbering weasel. When weasels feel no one is watching, they start acting foolishly.
Okej.
Just go there, unlock the door, and leave it open. It's been such a burden on me, Harry. I just want this to be over so I can discuss business with you. Harry, I'm a very busy man, and more importantly, I don't have that extraordinary physique you do. You look like you could run around all day.
You want to send someone a message that the police are working for you.
I repeat, I'm a very, very busy man, Mr. Kitsuragi, and therefore I must occasionally enlist outside help. So what will it be, Harry?
Kurwa. No w chuj. Nie chcę do niego pracować, więc najpierw go boksa odrzucić, ale to jeszcze spróbuję go jakoś przycisnąć.
Harry, my dear friend, I am what people call a local bigwig. I know everything that goes on in Martinez.
No.
Of course, Harry, I understand. But if that's the case, I don't think we'll ever find your gun. Even worse, we won't be able to speak like equals about the murder. Perhaps this was just bad timing for you. Know that you can always come back to me. I really hope you do. For your sake, my sake, and for your gun's sake too.
Okay.
Yes, we both understand what you meant.
This may be the only way, he thinks. I won't hold it against you. In fact, we probably should reconsider later.
Okej. My chcemy z nim teraz coś więcej rozmawiać? Nie chcemy z nim teraz więcej rozmawiać.
Wait. You need this to get in and out through the gate. Here, you're one of us now.
Okay.
A real red and white union man. Take care, Harry.
Okej. Jakoś to poszło, jakoś to poszło. Nie najlepiej, ale też nie najgorzej, nie ma co wybrzydzać. Jako tako, no. Poklikaj tę konsolę. Nie, no coś zepsuje. Ty do złego kurwa namawiasz. Kradnąć zdjęcia, klikać konsolę. Z dupy na poduszce. Okay. Dawaj. Śpi. Chłop grał w tę grę 1000 razy, sam se mógł naklikać na konsolę, ale nie, mi będzie kazał. Ja nie chcę klikać w tę konsolę. Ale ja nie jestem nudziarz, ja jestem wyważony wariat. Tu co? Tam jest jakiś pusty kontener, kliknę... Spadnie na kogoś, kurwa... Nie. Kontener komuś na głowę spadnie. Krzywda się komuś stanie. Nie będę nic klikał. Kurwa. Dobra, no to chociaż... Czat. Powiedzcie mi, co mam nacisnąć. Czat. Uwaga, możecie głosować. No i widzisz, nawet... O kurwa, no i ciul. No i chuj. O, ktoś kliknął odejść! Ktoś mnie chciał uratować. Ktoś mnie tak bardzo dziękuję tej jednej osobie, która tam kliknęła. Dzięki Marcin, ale chuj. No chuj, no już większość... Jebana demokracja. To co, Monika czy Marcin? Co tu? Oszustwa jakieś. Jakieś oszustwa. Ktoś tu cheatuje, kurwa. No chuj. No to marsz. Ja pierdolę, tu się coś od... Kurwa.
With a loud grind, the crane shifts overhead, moving a massive metal container through the air.
Okej, dobra. Nie spadło to nikomu... Nie. Nie. Okej, nie spadło nikomu na głowę. Wszyscy żyją.
And with a surprisingly quiet thunk, this crane was built with a purpose, which has now been fulfilled. To move this container. Who can say? All you know is, it's special.
I can't see how that was worth the records, except for seeing the crane in action, which I admit was satisfying.
Before you stands a cargo container, just one of many in the yard.
Is this like your thing with that wall again? You do? Because I don't. There are a million containers here. Why are you fixating on this one?
Okay.
You just picked one out because you wanted to interact with a cargo container. We are not here to interact with containers. We are here to talk to the Union, right?
You attempt to turn the handle, to no avail. The doors seem to be mechanically locked. To your left, the lieutenant considers your actions with some puzzlement. No reply. The knock produces a hollow ring of metal. Doesn't sound like there's anything inside the container.
Przekonaj drzwi, żeby się otworzyły? Czat. Potrzebuję boosta do rozumności. Boost do rozumności jest potrzebny. Głosowanie na rozumność za 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Dzięki, czat. Dzięki, kurwa. Dobra, chuj. 3%, patera.
Why are you even trying to open a door with rhetoric?
No właśnie, dlaczego?
Why are you what?
Cokolwiek.
Now is not the time to get philosophical, detective. You can do that after hours.
Dobra. Trzeba do retoryki. Nie mamy punktów, nie? Nie dostaliśmy żadnego punktu. Kurwa. Spoko, miłej pracy. Trzymaj się. Dzięki, że wpadłeś. A mać. Kontener Srenner. Nie masz ciuchów na retorykę? Nie mam. Nie mam ciuchów na retorykę. Chyba że minusy też się liczą. Że jak czapkę ściągnę, to będę bardziej retoryczny? To zadziała?
You're back before the cargo container.
Nie, dalej zablokowany.
Its drawer has not lessened since you were last here. If anything, it seems to have grown slightly.
No, to tyle to wiem, ale to już wiem to za późno. Nie pomyślałem o tym. Cały czas myślę o tym kontenerze. Najgorzej, kurwa! Dobra, co to? Pismo. Przycisk interakcji. Dobra, dałem to. Interaktuję z tym.
The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesel. From the sides of his head, a pair of white antlers spread to the corners of the cover. To your disappointment, there aren't any full color pictures to direct your attention. Just column after column of closely set text, interrupted occasionally by little doodles in black and white. After rifling the pages with your thumb several times, you return to the table of contents. The magazine is divided into several sections: international developments, Kunst und Kultur, and local concerns. Just inside the cover, there's also an editor's note. Unsurprisingly, much of this section is taken up with articles declaring unqualified support for the dock workers' strike. You skim the headlines. Paint the harbor red and white. Martinez tames the wild pines. A city in revolt. First we take Martinez, then we take La Delta. Finally, there's a brief article by the writer, G. Martin, accusing the owner of the Capeside apartments of illegally attempting to evict certain communist tenants simply for not having paid their rent.
Wjebaliśmy się do jego mieszkania chyba.
Ah, this must be Gaston's handiwork.
Okej. Cholerni komuniści.
The eternal problem, according to G. Martin, is that under capitalism, the worker is rendered incapable of perceiving their own agency or lack thereof. Thus, they tend to experience their own oppression as though it were happening to somebody else. Is that true? Have you felt estranged from your own self recently? You flip back to the front of the magazine. The table of contents unfolds. It takes a moment, but gradually it dawns on you that Kunst und Kultur must mean arts and culture. As you leaf through this section, you come across several reviews of recent radio plays, as well as a brief artist spotlight featuring a local artist identified only as CS. The main feature, though, is a long essay titled Tip Top Tournée, a critical Mazovian perspective. This so-called artist spotlight is really just a brief Q&A, made all the briefer by the subject's evident hostility to her interviewer. You flip back to the front of the magazine, the table of content.
Dobra, pędlamy. Jebać. Co mamy? O, coś.
Wow, so someone's been a little boring.
Co?
Yes, my standard liege. Someone's seen all sorts of wild ideas pop off and thought, I'll take the boring one.
Aha.
The regular, please. The brown.
Aha. Aha. Kim? Czy ja jestem nudny?
You? I wouldn't worry about that.
No właśnie.
See? You're so regular and vinyl brown. He doesn't even want to talk to you about it.
Aha. Dobra.
No need to be defensive. The regularity, the brownness, the cut and dry have their appeal. A very standard appeal.
Lubię standardy.
Of course you do. Maybe some regulations and a usual pistol to go with them. It's official. My lord's coppo type is regular cop.
Nie jest zwykłym gliną.
I'll send out a telefax.
Nie wchodzę w to.
Good, good. Of course. to outright declare yourself something does seem a bit too interesting.
Dobra, morda tam.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
Okay.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave their paperwork lying around like this.
Dobra,
Let's
już.
see what's inside, he thinks.
Pa, normalnie szuflady otwieram.
The drawer opens smoothly. Inside is a well-organized selection of
Brązowych.
round
Nie! Nie! Brązowe teczki, kurwa.
hundreds of documents containing logistical data. Two kinds of transactions stand out. Materials coming into Revachol from the outside world, from Muindi, Grad, and even Ilmara. And the same materials being handed over to companies inside Revachol, Kuron, Coal City, La Delta, and Jamro are listed among the many districts where the imports are being sold. It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities, and percentages. You try to focus, but the lines are getting blurry.
Czad. Psychy potrzebujemy. Potrzebujemy psychy. Psycha. Proszę podbić psychę. Psyszkę mi podbicie. Za 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Kiwałem psychy. Kurwa! Ja pierdolę!
Whatever's hidden here
Easy,
is
easy,
hidden well.
easy.
Concentration isn't enough. Only a trained accountant with a background in logistics would be able to really make sense of it. However, there is a little handwritten note stuck on the side of the drawer. It appears to be a to-do list written in large, uneven capital letters. Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners.
Co kurwa? Co kurwa?
All items on the list have been crossed out and the note itself is crumpled.
One of his aides must have left it. Nothing incriminating here.
Remember, Leo, Everart's shoes, special whirling borscht, water Everart's plants, sweep office floor, more banners. All items on the list have been crossed out and the note itself is crumpled. The drawer slides shut smoothly.
Kurwa.